Hi everyone, it is Brian here at Briden Farm, and so if you are speaking, I kind of try to relay it back to wisdom. I love the wisdom app, love the wisdom community, but that's kind of a challenge because I'm just using my iPad. I should probably maybe be using um, two iPads, something to that effect. Probably not going to happen. So I'm doing my best, work it out. So, Lauren and Jill, welcome to our room here on Fireside. And I'll keep jumping back and forth a little bit to try to keep an eye on those over on the Wisdom app, where it's also being broadcast. Hi, Mimi. It's nice to see people showing up. So, a little bit of information for you about Briden Farm and where we are, who we are. So you can check out our website at Briden Farm, Briden Farm.com. If you see why I'm smiling, see if I can turn this around. This is one, and this is the other. And so if you see little smiles on my face, my dog Roscoe, he's my buddy, one of my boys, and my other boy, like, sorry, what daddy do to you? My boy Pete. And so Roscoe actually helps me to. He's a yellow lab, a gold. I call him a golden lab because there's nothing yellow about him. The and He helps me pull the toboggan. I actually make him a lead dog, and I get in and take the brunt of the weight. And we don't pull anything real heavy, but he absolutely loves having his harness on, and he also helps me bring in the firewood, whether we bring that in on the toboggan or I bring a. The animals are stealing the show as Pete walks by the screen to go over and visit with his buddy Roscoe. The I must say that if you are listening on the Wisdom app, I really do encourage you to come over on Fireside because it's far more comical. the and It's I love the Wisdom app. Don't get me wrong, but sometimes a picture's worth 1,000 words. the and So we are located here at Briden Farm, Briden Farm.com, in Bear River, Nova Scotia. And as you can see, I kind of like, I'm going to say all things old. Maybe not all things old, but up in the corner is a 1944 calendar, Watkins products. It's also my shirt, by the way. One side or the other has it on, I think. I haven't worn this shirt in a while. Yeah, there it is. Somewhere there. Anyway, and I love doing family history and genealogy. So, that's kind of my off-farm income is selling Watkins products. And my passion over the last 30 years is doing family history and genealogy. And hanging on the wall behind me, I have a picture of a lady I call Grandma Somebody. She was on the table. Actually, no, she was on a wall at a market that we went to in Sussex, New Brunswick. And I was set up with Watkins products, and she was hanging over on the wall. And one day she'd smirk at me, and one day she'd smile at me. This photo or painting. And after a month, of being a vendor there, I went over and laid down the $20 and bought the photo, and it's been on my wall ever since, hoping that perhaps someday somebody's going to recognize her and say, "Oh, what are you doing with a picture of?" and fill in the blank on the wall. So that's kind of, the off-farm income comes from Watkins products, which I have sold for the last 10 years. And it's a good opportunity to make a little, or in some cases, a lot, um, at least a good second income, supplementary income. And so, anyway, I was hoping this week that I would be able to show you pictures of the wood stove and the maple syrup that we're boiling on the wood stove. Unfortunately, this past weekend I come down with a bad head cold, and today was the first day I really had any amount of energy back. So I'm still hoping for next week, although the nights are starting to warm up. The forecast is showing that we should still be able to tap the maple trees next week. It's getting a little bit late in the season, but I think hopefully we'll be able to do it. And we don't do a big production. The last 2 years ago, I think I did about 40 cups, maybe. So like 10 quarts, 2.5 gallons, which is enough in a 250 ml mason jar that when I take it out, I put it in those and use it that way. Use it on toast, use it on our oatmeal sometimes. But it's just so nice, and I don't want to miss the season because I just enjoy the whole process of going out, putting that first tap in the tree, and you put a spigot in the tree, and it begins to drip that heavenly maple flavored water, which is a little bit sweet even when it comes out of the tree. And I always make sure I get a drink directly from the tree, and quite often more than one on various days. But you bring that in and you put it on the wood stove, and you have the warmth of the wood burning in the stove, and you have the smell that fills the house. And we do a low boil or low steaming of our maple. It's been a number of years ago now, but we actually one year tapped friends' trees here in Bear River, and we actually took first place at the Caledonia exhibition down in Queens County, Nova Scotia, for our maple syrup. And so I just absolutely love the whole process, the smell, the taste, and then when you bring it to that boil and you get it to the point and you pour that off, strain it into the jar, and just looking at the color, that amber color that we're after in that beautiful, gorgeous maple syrup. It's incredible. And I just want to look back over for a minute and at the Wisdom app. I see a few people either listening or gone by the room, and I do appreciate you. This is broadcast over on the Fireside chat app, and I do my best to accommodate those on the Wisdom app as well. So unfortunately, not going to be able to show you the maple syrup this week because my health just didn't permit me to get started when I wanted to. And my lesson this week has been learning patience. I can show you something, however, because we do have some babies. Hope that board's not going to disturb the mama too much. Turn the screen around if I can and see if I can get you a picture. And a little bit dark, but I'm going to shed some light on things here. So this is a room that we've got set up kind of a cat room at this point. Now over in the corner, that is our oldest girl. That is Tigri. She is the... Oh, sorry, give me a minute. I hit something I shouldn't have. There we go. Tigri is what turned 18 in September. And she's our oldest girl. Now in here, we have Willow. I don't want to shine that light right directly in your eyes. But there's our girl Willow. And you can see those little kittens are about one little cutie that almost opened their eye. Their eyes are open. And little sweethearts. Willow's a good barn cat, although we have her in the house now this time of year. And yeah, I'm disturbing you? Okay, then we're gonna back off. But that's Willow. She had 6 little kittens 2 weeks ago. And Tigri oversleeping there. And so we've got this room under the stairs set up for those two. And let's see, still a little dark here. I apologize for that. See if I can turn this screen back around here on Fireside. And walking through a dark room. There we go. Come into the light.
Yeah, but plug in here if you want to plug your iPad.
Yeah, no, it's good. Thank you, though. Say hello.
Hello.
That's Denise. And what I want to show you here, because I was trying to think earlier, like what can I show? I am not doing the maple, and I can show you the stove. There's the wood stove. That's our wood stove. One of the things we do is we dry our eggshells and crush them up fine and feed them back to the hens to help give them increased protein and calcium. Even the stove's not going. I've been quite fortunate with the weather. It is raining outside though.
Yeah.
But what I want to show you is probably 4 or 5 years ago now, I had flip this back around. I had childhood bronchitis more than 5 years ago. But I had bouts with my bronchitis as an adult, and I had about 5 bouts in 23 months, and bad cold, chest filling up. I was recognizing it as bronchitis. Now, I went to a clinic, and there's a chart, and there's 2 sides. If you had childhood bronchitis, or if you're a cigarette smoker. If you had childhood bronchitis, then it's adult bronchitis. If you're a smoker, it leads to emphysema on the chart. And the way that they look at that is, if you have 6 bouts of bronchitis as an adult within 24 months, you have adult bronchitis, chronic adult bronchitis. And I had 5 in 23 months. And somebody told me about sumac. I'm going to flip this around again. This is sumac. And there are 2 types. Yes, one is poisonous, one is not. This you'll find growing as a small tree or shrub. And it has I should probably put a disclaimer on this. This is what I do. I'm not a medic. I have no medical experience. I just have my own personal experience. But you'll see this growing out, especially noticeable in the fall. Is a tall shrub or slender tree. And what you'll notice is there are red, spiky flowers that go up kind of like this. Hi, Sean. Go up kind of like this. The staghorn sumac, that's red. It actually looks white. It actually has, it looks moldy, is what it actually looks like. But it's called staghorn sumac. And the poisonous sumac, which is a totally different plant. Ah, perfect. Look at that.
It's red.
My lovely assistant with the halo. This is what you'll see sticking up in the fall. This is, and actually, you can take these and steep them, and that flowering part, it actually looks moldy in the fall. But it's actually vitamin C. You can take these, steep them in water, strain the water, and you're going to have a beautiful lemonade. And that's from the staghorn sumac flower. Now the leaf, I started, I say one summer 5 years ago, I was doing a lot of vendor shows, exhibitions, and so on with selling Watkins products. And I took a thermos with me each day. And I put 1.5, I'm going to call it a branch, 1.5 branches. And just to give you an idea, this thing is like, about 18 inches long, each branch. I put 1.5 of these in the thermos and then poured hot water over it. See if I can upset my iPad. I want to put this where people on Fireside can actually see what I'm doing. And for those on Wisdom, you're just going to have to use your imaginations. I'm putting the leaves from the staghorn sumac in this case, a small teapot. Actually, I already have some in there from earlier. I would normally put maybe 6 or 10 leaves, and then I'm, modern conveniences. Normally, I would steep a kettle of water. I'd pour the water over the in the thermos. I'd put 1.5 branches in the thermos, pour the hot water over it. Well, what I'm doing here is it's a little double teapot, the cup underneath, and teapot on top. And I'm using the Keurig coffee machine with no pod in it, just to get the hot water. And there we go. And hit the button, and in a couple of minutes, I'll have hot water there, which is pretty awesome. Now, 5 years ago, I started doing that, and I did it every day for, I would say, 2 or 3 months. And then I started to slack off because I was noticing I didn't need it. Well, some of the things that I was noticing is I wasn't having the lack of energy. I had more energy, especially around 3 o'clock in the afternoon when you have that slump. I would have my sumac tea, and in 20 minutes I was refreshed and ready to go back out and do some more work. The other thing is, and I'm sure that nobody who's listening ever have this problem, but if you have friends who have hemorrhoids, hi Laura, if you have friends who have hemorrhoids, and if they use the staghorn sumac, and make the tea that drink today, drink a thermos of that today, or most people a couple of cups, and you drink that, and if they have hemorrhoids today, they won't have hemorrhoids tomorrow. And what I've discovered is this is our other dog, Holly. Hey, Holly, good girl. And Roscoe and Pete, the buddies. Oh, no, that is actually Lassie. Pete's on my chair. Pete's saying, Dad, are you going to disturb me again? And probably, yes. And as you can see, I actually have a tea on the go. Okay, Pete, live video here. I'm going to turn that around. Oh boy, here we go. There. So that is sumac tea, harvested from sumac trees that we got ourselves, and you can find them growing. So the poison sumac has white berries, not red. The poison sumac needs its feet in water. It typically won't grow on high ground. So, do a little bit of homework if you're planning on that. But yeah, drink it today. Hemorrhoids are gone tomorrow. It's good for the lungs. In 5 years, I have not had another bout of bronchitis. This is the first head cold that I think I've had in 3 years, just getting over. And even that, it didn't settle in my lungs, which for me is a big thing. And so sumac tea is definitely a friend to me. And I've been very thankful to get that. Oh, yeah, now that we're back in this room, I actually wanted to show you something else out in the other room. Because I wanted to speak, you may already know, but I wanted to speak a little bit more about eggs. You want to just grab just a container of eggs?
Yeah.
Mother Nature, or I'm saying this tongue in cheek a little bit, but or God, as I like to call her, the Creator, God, has what?
I said they're not the clean shape.
That's okay. They're as they come from the hen. And I kind of wanted them as they come from the hen because you may already know this, Laura, but just in case other people don't, yeah, he's worried about fresh from the hen eggs that may be a little bit dirty. These ones are a little cleaner. The eggs fresh from the hen. Any egg is almost impossible to break end for end. You can break them, but it takes a lot. The other thing is they have a protective coating. When they come out of the hen, there's a protective coating on the egg that will keep it fresh. Now, our eggs usually don't last over a few days, but when certain times when you have lots of eggs, they will keep fresh even out of the fridge. You don't need to refrigerate them. In fact, we normally don't clean them until we get a customer or get ready to use them. And a lot of our customers actually prefer their eggs unwashed because they know that eggs stay fresher if they're not washed. And so that is one of the things that we've learned and help educate people on. And I should almost crack one open in a frying pan. But an egg from the store fresh from the store, is probably going to be about 30 days old, if you're lucky. And they, in a lot of cases, have been chemically sprayed and so on. Oh, Laura, I've been calling you Laura, and I see it's Lorraine. I'm actually going to invite you to speak and or video, and you're welcome to accept either one or neither. Uh, but you are more than welcome. I just like to invite my audience members, especially those who stick around, to interact with us. So if you have any questions or comments or feedback, I'd welcome that. And I just want to double check over here on the Wisdom app again. If there's anyone on Wisdom who does have questions or would like to join the conversation, ask questions, or make comments, you're welcome to hit the join the conversation button. And so those are a few of the things that I come up with. This is kind of a slow time of year for us. We have Lara, our pig, over at the barn, and she is due to farrow. That's what it's called when a pig has little ones. She's due to farrow around Easter. Her actual due date is the 6th, but she's a Berkshire pig, and she is, they say, this is her first pregnancy for one thing, and they say that Berkshires quite often go 2 or 3 days over, so I'm wondering just how close to Easter she's going to have her little ones. She was bred back, I think it's the 12th of December that she was bred. And so looking forward to that. We have three of our goats. We have more goats. We have 9 at this point. 3 of our goats who may freshen. That's what it's called when goats have babies. Who are due to freshen, let's say, anywhere from the end of March to the first week in May, because we had a buck running with them through the fall, and three of the does, the 3 that may freshen, are all sand and dairy goats. We do have a 4th one who had some issues, and she had 3 preemie kids in February, and unfortunately, before she was given to us, she was actually running with her brother or son and her father, and she got line bred late in September, and she had 3 preemies. The 3 kids weighed less than 10 pounds when we tried to keep them, tried to bottle feed them because they couldn't get on to her because she had too many nipples, and it wasn't good, and they only lasted a few days. But we tried, we learned, it was heartbreaking, to be honest, but it's all part of farm life, and makes me thankful that we usually wait and breed our goats later, and usually line breeding isn't usually even something that I think about doing. Think about not doing it, but because of all the situation, she lost hers, unfortunately, and we're hoping that the other 3 are going to have kids come April and May. Yeah, Lorena, if you have any comments or questions, you feel free to come up and speak. Especially if, well, it doesn't matter what it's about, but especially if you have a farm, if you have something from your farm that you'd like to tell us about, or maybe you're a crafter, a builder, feel free, to, we're pretty easygoing. And same as that for our friends over on Wisdom on the chat. If you have questions, or perhaps you have a farm or homestead of your own, or perhaps you're a gardener, or you have questions, or you just like join the conversation, hit join the conversation button. And I'm going to, for the benefit of those here on, I'm going to have a drink of my tea first. My good Nova Scotia cup. I did mention we're in Bear River, Nova Scotia. Briden Farm, Briden farm.com. And we also have a new website, Briden Farm, Briden farm.com. I'm pouring the sumac. I'm going to actually flip this around because I don't want you to see the mess on my desk. But I want you to see the color in the tea. Oh, flipped it around the wrong way, didn't I? There we go. So let me see. I'll give you an idea of the color. And it has the sumac tea, which we've made, has a nutty, lemony sort of flavor. And I quite like it. And it is very hot right now, so I'm going to set it down before I burn myself. But haven't been drinking much of it lately. Having had the head cold this last weekend, I started making a couple pots a day for myself, and that's helped it not to settle in my lungs. And have not had any bronchitis in the last 5 years, and I think I've only had twice, probably in 5 years, that I have had any like head cold or anything at all. Now I do take good vitamins, get them from a company called Melaleuca, and also take supplement, basically, that is from Max Company, which is supposed to help boost our glutathione. But my sumac tea, I really think the world of it, and it helps in so many ways. So, yeah, Lara, the website, Briden Farm, Briden farm.com is our our normal blog website. To see all of our podcasts and videos in one place, you can go to Briden Farm, Briden farm.productions. So instead of a .com, it's a .productions, bridenfarm.productions. And that is, and also over there, that was the other thing, also over on bridenfarm.productions, we have a new book that I have put together over the last week or so. Been playing around with, and actually I sent it out to, before I go there and tell you about creating it, I sent, once it was done, at least the second last revision, I sent it out to 4 friends who I know are close enough that will tell me if it's not good, and they will tell me what they like about it and why, if it is good. And so, hearing back from them in the positive, I decided, okay, I am going to publish this in some form. And I used an AI writing app to help write it, or to write it. I do have 2 other books self-published over on Amazon. One is Growing Your Family Tree, Sorting the Wheat from the Chaff, which is a genealogy book. And also celebrating one corner of my family, or actually a couple corners, probably, part of my ancestry, from Irish roots. But this new book, which you can find by going to bridenfarm.productions with an S and clicking the store link at the top of the website. Over there, you can find a PDF copy for $10, or you can order a paperback copy for $30. That does include the shipping. It does. It and either way, so I had 4 friends review it, and I didn't tell them until after the review that I had used AI to help create it. And not only did they come back with good reviews before I told them it was AI that I helped create it, but they also had, I think they were kind of shocked in one way afterwards, because it was a good, it did turn out to be a good book. Now, I took a week and I went through and I edited it and added in more personal, pertinent information geared at Briden Farm. So that was a fun experiment, and so I have that published over on our website, bridenfarm.productions, and lots of good videos over there. And I say that not because I'm in them, but because our animals are in them, and seeing the work that those animals have done is just incredible. We do regenerative farming, rotational pastures. We spend time turning woodlands into pastures and gardens. And we started Briden Farm in August of 2020, and last August, so 2 years, and we had friends come from here in the village of Bear River and ask us, based on what they were seeing us doing here on the hillside in the woodlands, asked us to come over and use the barn and look after their fields, their old burnout hay fields. And those animals are helping regenerate those fields. And I mean, it's, they only had September, October, November, basically, and then winter set in. But to see the difference is just, it's incredible. And so thankful for those animals and the pictures, the videos that we have of that is quite incredible. And the land reclamation that's going on. I'm looking forward to being here for our, let's see, so 21, 22, 23, will be our 3rd year working our gardens here on our own property, and the 1st year over at what we refer to as the barn property. And we put our goats through an area first, and it really all depends. Sometimes it's 1,000 to 1,500 square feet. Usually now, we got 7 goats that we run over there, so usually it's about 10,000 to 15,000, which would be about 100 by 150, depending. And put the goats through, and then either follow them with chicken tractors, portable pens on the ground with chickens, or follow them with the pigs. And so the goats do everything from the knee up. They reach up, they trim that underbrush. The pigs do everything from the knees down, including the underground, and even bring the rocks up. And so to see what happens, and then after, so the goats and pigs get moved about every week to 2 weeks, and in 3 to 4 weeks, so they've moved through, and you look back to 3, 4 weeks, and you can see the growth, the grass growth, and how, what an incredible job they're doing there. And one part over there is all hawthorn thicket, and it's very thick. And they went in and they just cleaned that underneath. So I mean, now you can walk through there, um, and it looks like parkland. They've just done an incredible job, and so I'm looking forward to extending that. One of the things that we're doing over at the barn property is we're helping to eradicate um, toxic weeds, toxic to some animals, not to others, or not necessarily to others. Things like lupin, which would be real bad for cattle and sheep, but pigs and goats can handle it. Um, Other weeds, Japanese knotweed, they're kicking the crap out of that. Excuse the language, but they're doing a great job. And they, mentioning kicking the crap out of something. Not so much uh, kicking the crap out, but putting the crap out. One of the best things that a farm can produce. And I see my friend Lois, the friend from over on the Wisdom app. And Lois, you don't have to, but if you want to come up, you're always welcome on my stage. Can I hear you? How you doing, Lois?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're a little low, but it might be my volume.
Or it might be mine because I'm not used to this app. Cause I've been trying to figure out how to how to
Right?
navigate this stuff. So
It's it's a little bit of a learning curve over here, but I enjoy it. Of course, I enjoy learning, as I know you do.
yes, yes, yes. And you're not joking about just letting the animals come and that crap being very important. You heard my
So
story this morning.
that's right. So we only have one other person in the room, and she's been good around enough to stick around this long. Lauren, this is my friend Lois from over on the Wisdom app, and Lois, this is Lauren. And Lois took a trip and was away for a week, and come back to a jungle in her backyard.
Yes, yes, yes. Because the thing is, back in December, I think it was December, of the plumbing system messed up, and for some reason here in Vegas with these manufactured house, some of the stuff, depending on how long ago it was built, the sewage stuff is above ground, and the things come loose sometimes when the heat and the swells and whatever. And mine broke, and so when the house backed up, when I had the plumber come, they just said, "Oh, your plumbing came loose, so it's not draining out of the house." So then they had to flush it out. Okay, so that led to we talking people came over for Christmas and all that stuff. So we had a whole crap in the backyard. Okay, now I never thinking of it. We kept weed stuff killer there so that I don't get weeds. But with the rain we just had, I guess weed killer didn't have nothing on feces. And even though we put all the chemicals down to so it wouldn't smell, you know how to do. Hey, it didn't matter because I was gone. I left. They were ankle high, and when I came back, the stuff has grown chest high and waist high in some areas. And I'm thinking, what the man? I had to laugh. I had to laugh because I talk about transforming our mental and emotional crap
Right,
into fertilizer because that's what it is. It's meant for us to grow, and then to come back to see that our literal crap
right.
caused me to get a forest in my backyard.
Yeah,
Okay, and I'm not known to have a green thumb at all. I kill a cactus. So to me, the whole scenario was freaking hilarious. I've had to show
right.
everybody,
You're
just 'cause they don't believe me.
you're
They think I'm exaggerating.
you're the one that taught me. How the goats and the pigs going through, and the disturbance that they're doing, and how that spurs the growth. And
Hmm.
you were the one who picked right up on, isn't that like life? When we go through the crap, when things get disturbed, that's when we grow. That's when we can grow and blossom.
Yeah, and I found out they said that when I was gone, the week or so I was gone, they said it rained most of the time that I was gone, off and on, off and on, off and on. So basically, I looked at that as a metaphor that when you have all that shit built up inside of you and you cry, it fertilizes and you get to grow.
Right?
Because I have
That's
a
right.
forest out there in short
That's
order, and it grew so
I,
rapidly and so big. Cecilia saw the pictures, and she says, "That doesn't look like weeds. That looks so beautiful."
I love I love the way that you I love the way that,
Well, I had to spin it because normally, I mean, I got a note from the management of this mobile home park. I don't like getting notes from the teacher and bad reports. Okay, so
right?
you, my normal response to a note is to get defensive and angry. But I looked
Yeah.
at the note and I went and looked at the yard in the daylight hours, and I said, "Hell, I'd have gave myself a a note too." Because it was tall, and I talked to them and they said, well, you never usually do this, you've been here for so many years. I was like, no. I said, I left on a spur of the moment trip because I was gifted to trip. I said, on the spur of the moment, and I knew the weeds had to be picked up, but they were ankle high. They were
Right.
ankle high. Who wouldn't know that in 8 days they would grow to your waist and your chest? And I said, so to me, I said, that's me for every time I teach something about something, I get a better view of it because I get to see it outside of myself. Now, I was talking about the metaphoric shit. But
Right.
literally, our shit that whoever shit in my house in December who's built onto the ground,
Right.
the
You
rain
know it.
poured on it. It didn't matter how many chemicals had been laid down to fight it, fight the
Right.
weeds from growing.
Right.
That shit caused a metamorphosis in my yard.
Right. And
Okay.
obviously, you're in urban
Yeah.
center where where you're not looking to grow the um, we try to do things the natural way. But one of the things that you mentioned about the weeds, and one of the things that we do here to actually help our gardens grow
Hmm.
is when I'm weeding the weeds out of the garden,
Hmm.
I actually take those and put them in a half a bucket of water, and I
Okay.
leave them sit there for a week, 2 weeks maybe, but we'll say a week, and that kind of sort of compost. The water takes, so the weeds, they take micronutrients out of the soil.
Right.
And when we take those weeds and we put them in the water and leave them for a week or two, the water takes the nutrients back, and then we use that water to water our garden, and we're putting those micronutrients back on the garden.
Oh, that is
So,
so cool. That is so cool. I
right?
explained to somebody else. I said, I said, I thought it was like this. It's kind of like, they've been trying to figure out ways to grow gardens and stuff like that. And I was thinking that the crap that spilled in there was human waste. And of course, my dog goes in the yard. So it
Mm-hmm.
was humans and dog. And I was thinking that if they could come instead of the toilets, because before humans had the outdoors, okay, and
Mm-hmm.
it went back to the ground,
And
and the ground was real fertile. So why
right,
I'm thinking, I know it sounds so disgusting, but they need to make a compost by you collect all this stuff and put it in the compost. I know it's nasty, I understand that. But then the growth was so rapid and phenomenal in my backyard till it makes me think that, wait, we doing the wrong thing with our shit.
you're
you
right.
know?
Now, I don't suggest that you go out there next week and plant tomatoes, because where it is human waste, there needs to be a period of
Yes,
time
that's
for
what I'm saying. If you actually
But
put after you put the human waste, compost it, not
right,
only the vegetables and the fruits,
go
but all
go out there and
waste.
plant flowers.
Yeah.
Go out there, because what's going to happen, especially if I'm not exactly sure of your situation, but if it is an area where you want to grow something, go out and plant annuals this year. When they die down, they're going to add carbon. They're going to add more fertilizer
Mhm.
to that, and by next year, that waste is going to be broke down. you're going to have that extra layer of carbon of basically compost on there.
Okay.
Next year, you may be able to start and grow a few vegetables or even more flowers. But it is yes, some people, especially in the country, not many people, but some people use composting toilets, and I think we really need to be looking at stuff like that.
Yeah,
Um,
with less necessarily less chemical manufactured type of stuff because, like I said, the growth was so phenomenal in my backyard till I was like, boy, I know that sounds disgusting, but they need to figure out how they can compost all this waste matter that we're giving off because evidently the nutrients in all our stuff made whatever because I had people that the my person that comes twice a year and puts the weed killer stuff down, and I've never had a problem. But this ate through any weed killer imaginable
I'd be
because, like I said,
when they come to take them out, when they come to
Mhm.
cut that down or whatever, do
Okay,
me a favor and ask them what it is, what's growing there. I would love to know. And just
okay,
inquiring minds wants
I'll
to
ask
know.
them. I'll ask
Yeah.
them, and or I can even send you a picture because I thought it was. Look, I have taken everybody back there on video camera all day today because I just was cracking up, and everybody knows that I teach about transmuting your crap in your life
Right.
to make it work for you. And they would say, "Oh my God, you had it happen in your backyard." So the crap
Right.
was transmuted, and like I said,
They
so the plants are so. I mean, the weeds and whatever it is that's growing back there are so green and vibrant. Some have yellow flowers on them. It's all
I
kinds
just
of stuff growing back there.
I just want to paraphrase our conversation a little bit because I only have my iPad, but I'm actually broadcasting on here, but I'm also on audio over on
Okay.
Wisdom, and I know people over there know. So I'm having a conversation here. A couple of people in my audience, Lawrence, thank you for sticking around. You're welcome to join the conversation if and when you want to. And also, I'm having a conversation over here on Fireside with Lois, and well known over on Wisdom. And as you know, she's always talking crap. Oh, I mean, she's always talking about crap, the crap we have in our lives. And she went away for a week, and this past winter, she had septic problems in her yard, and where that had spilled, when she come back from being away for just a week, she had like chest high weeds. And Lois is not a short person. She not short on word nor on stature, and she certainly teaches us how to deal with the crap in our lives, and we love Lois for that, no matter which platform she's on.
Well, I thank you, thank you. But yeah, I wanted to come up and I wanted to ask about that composting and do they use the human compost and animal compost with the vegetables and all that stuff? And then can't they use it and metamorphosize because you guys are on this forum, metamorphosize to change that waste matter into actual nutrient because it is nutrient rich. I can tell because
Right.
my yard. Okay,
And
but healthy for you to be able to grow other things. May even if you don't use it to grow flowers, you may be able to use it to grow food. You may be able to use, like you said, grow flowers or grow something else, or so grow
that's
hemp
right.
plants or
So
something that's more, you
there's
know.
a there's a certain amount of time that should there are definitely countries like who do human waste, recycling, composting, turning it into usable fertilizer. There's a certain amount of time. From the top of my head, I don't know what that is. I'm thinking it's a year or two, but 2 years to me seems like way too excessive. I stand to be corrected on that. So I'm gonna think that it's like 6 months to a year. So I would caution to go a year before you actually planted anything to edible on it. But
Mhm.
as long as it's not too hot, because sometimes like even if you take chicken manure and put it directly on your garden and plant in that, that's too hot. It's going to cause most plants to die because it hasn't had the manure hasn't had a chance to break down yet,
Okay.
and it's too strong for the plant. But once it has a chance to break down, and I mean, obviously the chest high weeds growing like weeds, it's good stuff. the But it's yeah, absolutely. And I do think that, you know, we need to get over our cringe, myself included, because I
Mhm.
don't know how comfortable I would be planting on human waste. But at the same time, why
Mhm.
aren't we? That once it's broke down, once it's gone back to soil, once it's gone back to compost, there's really no difference in that, and whether it comes from a cow or a goat or a pig or a chicken.
Yeah, and then it depends on, and then I think it depends on how clean your diet is and whether or not you're on any type of medications, because I know medications would interfere with the food at the cellular level and all that kind of stuff. But if you got a clean diet and you ain't on no medications and it's clean, it's clean, fertile shit, I don't see why they
There's
couldn't. But I wouldn't want to, like you said, I wouldn't want to touch it. I wouldn't want to smell it. That's why I figured maybe there's a way to compost it, whether it's having a composting toilet or whatever, or like you said, taking the weeds and then leaching them, and then taking the leached water and using it as the fertilizer for the soil. I know that because this happens so dramatically fast. Okay,
right.
I've never seen nothing like this before. That's why told you I was cracking up, because I said nobody would believe me if I even showed them this. They would not believe this shit
Right?
because I talk about it all the time. But everybody who sees it says, "Okay, that's just your luck, Lois. You just have to do this is how it
Right.
happens, because it is. It's how
So,
it happens."
so I just have to say, now that you officially have a green thumb, we're going to be starting to plant up here the end of April, 1st of May. So, you know, you're welcome to come up and help.
But you know what? But isn't it? How cold is it in Nova Scotia? Because I'm just not getting you trying to get used to some cold.
Yeah. So it depends on what day. No,
Oh,
it
shoot.
depends on the time of year. Um, so right now we had a nice day today, and I would say it was about 35 to 40 degrees Fahrenheit.
Okay,
That
it's
was
still
nice
cold.
for this time of year. Now we have had a few couple of days over the last week where
Mhm.
it has probably gotten up to about 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, next month, I'm gonna. So in the summer, if we get up to, sometimes it gets really hot, but in the summer, I'm gonna say that our July, August temperatures are like 85, 90, and sometimes higher.
Okay.
So if you kind of take 50 as our highs now, and let's see, we got April, May, June, July, so 60, 70, 80, 90. So every month from now on out, our high temperatures are probably going to increase about 10 degrees Fahrenheit.
Well, it's not that bad because I didn't know whether it was part of the Canada. It's Canada, right?
Yep,
Yeah, I didn't know whether it's the part of Canada that stayed like a tundra the whole
right?
year long. Because I know there's parts of Canada that stays freezing all
That's
year
right.
long. And
That's
I'm
right.
just now getting acclimated to allowing myself to be in the cold weather and try to enjoy it. Okay.
Right?
Because I'm from California. It was not cold in California growing up. And I moved to moved to Vegas because it got cold in California.
I
So,
I've been in actually 38 of your wonderful states. Um, the I would say, and this is just totally off the top of my head. I
mhm.
stand to be corrected on this one. But if you went from California to, so Canada, let's say Vancouver, British Columbia. So let's say Vancouver, it's close to the border. I would say that you're about halfway from California to Vancouver. I would say you're about halfway to the tundra.
Okay. Okay.
The Now I'm on. other coast, the Atlantic coast, but I would say that it's kind of the same thing holds more or less. Like if you went from Florida to Nova Scotia, you've probably got to go that much further to get to the tundra.
Okay.
The but that's just kind of a rough estimate off the top of my head. It's
Okay. I know because
yeah.
going to Canada, my daughter wanted to go to Amsterdam. That's in Canada, right?
No, that's in Holland.
Oh shoot,
That's
I
in
don't
the
know where.
Netherlands,
Okay, in the Netherlands. Okay, I don't know where
yeah,
she wanted to go. Wherever she wanted to go was in Canada. I can't think of the name of it, but it was in Canada.
right.
Uh, and I told her, I said, I think it's cold all year long, but you're gonna have to do your research because I know she don't like the
which
cold either. But
which daughter?
my oldest one, the one I went out to
Okay,
Chicago.
all right.
Yeah. Now
The
Sharente's in Florida right now complaining about the mosquitoes. So,
yeah,
you know, so
yeah. Well,
we all got out for what I was in Chicago with Nisi. Sharente went to Florida. Nisi comes back, go to California, and then and then I'm supposed to be going somewhere else, but I'm not sure where I'm going next. I just know that next time somebody says like you said Nova Scotia, I just want to. Is it cold there? Because I sure would come because I do want the farm life experience. I want to not want the experience of living there knowing that I can leave at any time. Okay, that part,
right.
So and then I would want to be. I have not been. I'm a city girl. Close up and personal with the animals. My daughter called chickens birds when she first saw them. Oh, look at the bird, the pretty bird.
Well, that's
So
what it is. Well, actually, it's a dinosaur, but we all call them birds.
okay. So yeah, so it's just a matter of I do want that farm life experience, and I do, and like I said, I like traveling now, so I know I want to come to Nova Scotia,
Uh,
but I see it. It has to be spring, summertime.
right? Yeah.
Okay.
The honestly, um, I love our spring. You're gonna find it cold. Um, June, July, something like that.
Okay.
Um, the I want to mention that Curdy Curtis Curdy J has joined the room, and he's also on the stage now. And I just need to put this out there, Lauren. Thank you for sticking around and listening to us. I hope you're enjoying it. You must be. You're still here, and I very much appreciate that. We actually, the three of us, are actually friends over on the Wisdom app, and not to push that, but if you are interested in checking that out sometime, wisdom.app/Briden Farm. That's where you find us. And it's just a good community over there. I mean, like, as you can tell. Hey, Curdy, how you doing?
I'm doing good. It's good to hear Lois's voice too, and
Right?
hearing
Right?
the city girl. We're dealing with a major thunderstorm here, so apparently spring is here. We'll
Yeah.
see.
Thunderstorms.
Oh,
Thunderstorms.
I love it. Yeah, like I mean, it was sparking lightning outside. It was living here out here in the country, so to say.
I
Um,
need I need for one of you smart people, whether they be on the stage or in the audience or listening over on Wisdom, I need somebody to help me figure out how I can better broadcast on here and have so the issue what we're running into is um, Curdy J has, for those of you who are listening on Wisdom, Curdy J has actually joined us over here as well, so we appreciate that. Unfortunately, the people on Wisdom, because I'm just using my iPad, the people on Wisdom can't hear the guests speak on Fireside,
yes, I ran into that problem too. That's why I came over to Fireside. I mean, just so happens to be that I have Fireside. So
right? One of the things that I'm thinking about, it's not exactly the way that I want to do it, but one of the workarounds, I think I may start a half hour earlier over on Wisdom and kind of do a pre-show and kind of encourage people to come over. But I don't really want to encourage people to leave one app for the other.
Ask Daryl. I know Daryl did a simulcast on Wisdom and Fireside, and he's done simulcast
he
with the other app. I don't know all the apps.
he
Uh,
does he does. Daryl with the dashes over on Wisdom does do. Uh, I'm going to say a multi-channel, multi-platform talks sometime. And so, yeah, Lois's suggestion of asking Daryl may be a great idea. And the
And
reason I keep
Graciela
repeating,
too.
who's that?
Graciela too, because she'll do Fireside, YouTube, and Wisdom all at the same time.
That's right.
Arturia.
So
So
Graciela
yeah,
would be another one. And thank you,
Yeah.
Lois and Curdy, for those suggestions. I think, if I remember right, when I was talking to Daryl, I talked to somebody, so I'm going to blame Daryl. Uh, he's got big shoulders, so he can handle it. The I think he was telling me that he uses more than one device.
yeah. I think
So
so too. He uses his. He has an Android, and then he has his iPad.
right,
Yes. Yeah,
yeah,
that's right. Yep.
and so I'm not really in a position to go out even and even really buy a cheap one, but to go out and get another device to do that. So I just use a workaround, and I keep checking back on Wisdom in case there is anybody over there in the audience listening. Um, that wants to join the conversation, just hit that join the conversation button. And if you have questions or if you have a homestead or a farm, or whether or not you do, isn't really important. But if you do, you can tell us about your homestead or farm as well. The And by the way, all three of you, Curdy, Lois, Lauren, if you do know anybody who has a homestead or farm, it's something that I'm really trying to starting to gear things around where I want to be able to have them join the conversation or come on the stage and tell us about their operation and maybe what they have available, because let's face it, it's a worldwide web that we're on, and if we can help raise other people up, well, maybe that's one way that we can do it. And
I
so
agree. My friend has his Culp Farms. They raise um he does a lot to do with cows. Goes out and buys like a herd or whatever. But yeah, no, I but he's so hard to get a hold of. He's so busy. Um,
the thing with
uh,
a lot of homesteaders and farmers, it's to try to get them nailed down to uh, have finding time to do something like this.
yeah.
Uh,
Oh, I
it's
know Matt would
I want
totally
to.
come on. He would totally come on.
the Did you say something, Lois?
No, go ahead. Curtis has asked him about a time. Go ahead.
Oh
Oh,
no, yeah, it's he would totally come on. It would probably be in the evening,
right.
if anything.
So
Um,
we our Briden Farm um, fireside chat so far on Wisdom and on here, both at the same time on Thursday evenings at 9 Atlantic, 8 Eastern.
okay, cool. I'll try to reach out to him.
Right?
We went to school together, so it's like, but
Cool.
he took over the farm when his father decided to retire, and I mean, you know what it's like taking care of a farm. It's just so much,
I'm
so
learning.
much. To do. Yeah, and then guess what I got today? It's a big surprise. I got a stand for my iPhone so that I can't break any more crystal singing bowls.
Probably a good idea. We don't want Curdy
Yeah.
breaking his
My
crystal
mom's like,
bowls.
"What's this?" I'm like, oh, that's a stand for my iPhone. Um, I can mount it." And she's like, "Can you do a camera on there too?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's meant for that, but it's really meant for because when my physical therapist was over earlier today, I almost cracked my crystal pyramid against my one singing bowl, and I was like, "Oh no!" And everything survived, so we're good.
Yeah, that's good. Listen, I have a stupid question. When I go over to Wisdom, like I'm looking at the Wisdom app right now, I'm still visible on Fireside, right? I don't disappear and then come back.
No, you're here, completely
He's
here.
totally
It's
here.
just
Yep.
yeah.
Lois, I've never been completely here. but thanks for the vote of confidence.
Well, you didn't lose your connection. Even if you weren't completely here, your connection stayed strong.
Right?
Oh,
Right?
but I would like to go to a homestead and see what is done there because I know for some reason I'm feeling like the I don't know, this might sound strange. The farm has been calling me for years, just like
Yeah,
the woods
right?
were calling me. The woods were calling me. That's why I've been doing all this hiking and stuff. And I'm thinking, I wouldn't want to live in the woods, so maybe they just want me to visit. So maybe
Lois.
okay.
Lois.
You crack me up, Lois. Every time. Oh, so it's such a pleasure to hear you. Like you gave me the biggest laugh tonight.
Well,
the
like we're over here, Curdy, talking about the shit that flowed in my backyard, and now I got a forest growing of weeds that are chest high.
too
Okay,
funny.
because it rained. It just been raining here in
Right.
Vegas, and
Yeah.
they just that's some good fertilizer. Some good fertilizer.
Yeah.
Oh God, you're cracking me up. Oh,
But you got to use what you got to get what you want. Okay, that's the bottom
Right.
line. Is you use what you got to get what you want. And
Right.
right now, I did say that I was gonna see about starting a garden because I told you I don't have a green thumb. But if you look at that backyard, you would swear I have a green thumb. Maybe I don't have a green thumb, but my shit, my shit got a green thumb.
They should have a green
so,
thumb.
so what type of what would you like to grow in your garden, Lois?
I just want some plants and just plain old plants. I just want to grow something. Okay,
Tomatoes.
I tried, dude. Wait. I'll give you my planting for my excursion into that field. In college, I had a roommate who had beautiful plants all over our apartment and stuff. She said, "Louis, would you watch my plants while I go on vacation for
Oh
2 weeks?"
God.
All you gotta do is water them. Okay. Now I know nothing about plants. She came back. Her plants were basically all dead.
Yeah.
Okay. She wasn't gone that long. And I felt really terrible because I did not know you don't water them every day. I had no news. I some didn't belong in the sun, some did. She gave me nothing. She just assumed I knew. Okay, so I got plants of my own, said, okay, I'm gonna do this thing. And this is before I had kids, okay? Plants died. Then I said, well, maybe I don't need to have kids. Okay. Then I
Please.
tried again. After I had kids and I was doing so good with kids, I figured, let me try plants again. Try
Right.
plants around the house. They died again. So a friend of mine bought me a cactus.
There you go. Yeah,
Oh,
that doesn't require
no.
much.
There you go. The cactus died.
Oh no.
Uh,
In
so
Vegas?
No, I was just still in California at that
Oh,
time.
in California
Vegas, the
yet?
little
Oh my God.
succulents died.
Oh my
But
God.
I've been trying for over, I try every few years over the past 60 years or so to try
Yeah.
and do some gardening or whatever. I love doing the lawn, but Vegas, we don't have grass here. I got rocks,
Yeah. Oh,
okay?
that's
But
right.
you
Yeah.
know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I got a good house because I don't have to keep up the greenery, but I do like cutting grass and I got my weed whackers and all that stuff because I love power tools.
Yep.
So I like to get out there and do stuff, but man, after all the stuff with this weeds and all this kind of stuff, Curdy, I'm just like, it's growing, but it's not what I want to grow. So how do I
Do you
get
like
what I
tomatoes?
want to grow to grow? You know?
Do you
So
like tomatoes?
I love tomatoes.
All right. They're the most resilient plant. Trust me. You could grow grape tomatoes, you could grow Roma tomatoes, you could grow beefsteak tomatoes. They'll work. Now they might come out not as big as like for me, I'm in Amish country, so they have these huge tomatoes that they grow, and it's all the natural part of farming. And um, when especially with Brian being on my Modern Day Hippies show, which is going to launch in April, and I have the merch line out. I want Brian to come on to talk about regenerative farming. Sorry, um, but I think tomatoes are the most resilient. And then if you like hot peppers, I mean, try some jalapenos or habanero peppers.
Well, I had bought those little kits that those tomato growing and the hot pepper growing kit that they put in a little plastic bag that was like as seen on TV, and that didn't work for me either. So it's got to be another way where I'm gonna have to do it hydroponically or something where all I got to do is add water to something and not worry about did I put too much water in the soil? Do I did because like I said, I know I'm probably overwatering things, not knowing what I'm doing, and then I even read about it and reading about gardening, and gardening is two different things. This is something you got to learn hands on.
That's
Well,
right.
I learned it when I was a kid, and I mean I'm 47, so like we grew corn, we grew eggplants, we had the whole thing going on with vegetables, carrots and onions and all that stuff. So it's just experience. But what's great is when you have your soil going. Now it's different out your way, so I can understand why there's an issue because of the environment and the soil that
Extreme heat and extreme cold.
right. But the soil that you're planting in too, like this soil has been um, turned over like for 20 years. So
Mhm.
like the taste of my neighbor tried doing the same thing. And when she did it, like she tasted our um tomatoes versus her tomatoes. She's like, they taste so much sweeter and different. I'm like, well, that's because we've been turning it over for 20 years, the soil and doing all that stuff. But I just even like I think my best friend, he was doing like his girlfriend was doing like they were like tomato plants that like you put up in like a basket.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Um Give that a try. But as far as like, if you just have to plant everything outside, the weather takes its course. But yeah, I understand an extreme
Yeah.
environment. I'll have to
But
research that for you and try to help you
No,
out.
just let me know. Just let me know, because like I
I
said,
will.
I keep on trying. I don't. I'm not a quitter. I mean, I've failed. Just want to know one. Taste seen 18,000 take. You know, no
yeah,
on the plant seen
so
whatever. I have tried this over the course of my 61 years, and I have not
that's
been successful in growing anything until I saw that shit in the backyard this last
right.
night. Okay, and I was like, oh,
Oh
now
yeah,
I don't
fertilizer.
want to grow nothing, but it grows.
Yes, right. Awesome, Lloyd.
So
The so couple of thoughts.
okay,
If you look to grow something indoors, also get yourself a shamrock plant.
what's a shamrock plant? Never heard of
Well, a shamrock, like with the I'm going to say the 3-leaf clover, but the shamrock, like from Ireland.
it. Okay,
Like, Google it, shamrock,
okay,
SHAM
all right.
rock, shamrock. The When there's enough water, it stands up and its flowers or its leaves are up.
Mm-hmm.
As the water starts to go out to where it really needs to be watered,
Uh huh.
it droops.
Okay.
And when it droops, most plants, now there are exceptions both ways, but most plants, when your shamrock droops, need watering. So if you have a shamrock plant, when it droops, you water it, and as long as the leaves are up and it's standing upright, you're good. Once that starts to droop, you water it, and when
And
you
do you
do,
wait for it to droop? Wait. Do you wait for it to droop to water it?
right,
Okay. All right. Well, that's where I probably would be making my problem mistakes.
water your other plants the same time you water your shamrock.
Okay.
Now there are exceptions. Some plants like more water, but kind of a general rule of thumb, the
Mm-hmm.
shamrock is a good one to go by.
Wow, that is awesome, Brian. That is great advice. Yeah.
Right? The somebody, can't remember who, but somebody gave me that a long while ago, and it definitely, if you follow it, it'll definitely help with your house plants. The other thing of it is for outside.
Okay.
Now I suggest that you grow them in a bucket, because the two herbs that I'm gonna suggest are both can be both very invasive. One is mint, and the other is catnip, which is actually a cousin to mint. And there's a time of year when the catnip gets crushed. If it gets crushed, it's not as strong, but it smells skunky. So I wouldn't put that, front and center, but put it kind of off to the side, and plant it in a bucket. Or sink it right in the ground, but even in the bucket or a tub, like a metal tub. Mint and catnip are very difficult to kill.
Okay, now the
The
question about the catnip. All right, I have strays in our neighborhood. Okay, they just recently pulled them out, spayed them, neutered them, and they delivered them back. And they like to hang out. Will that catnip keep them around my house even more? Because I don't necessarily want them all around my house and on my vehicle.
yeah, right. Well, it's okay, because what happens is they eat the catnip, then they roll over and go to sleep, and then they get up and they have munchies. No, they don't get the munchies.
Oh my god, that's funny.
That's funny because I'll tell you why. I live beside a federal medical marijuana farm. So you can only
Right?
imagine how the animals act around here.
So that's why you like doing your broadcast from outside.
Well, maybe so.
Oh well, so catnip and mint together. Okay, I can see
Yeah,
the mint. They told me to use mint to try and keep the cats away from my house. They told me to plant mint and some other type of flower that would keep them
right.
away. But I don't. I
So
have allergies to cat hair, dander, or whatever. That's the only
right,
reason I can't do cats. But I don't mind them out there. But right now they're trying to. They stay on top of my car on the motorcycle. And they just don't care.
right.
And then they wait for me, and they're not scared of me because I don't. I'm not. I guess I'm non-threatening. So they just sit on my car as I drive. The other car sitting in my driveway as I drive up with my other car, or sit on a motorcycle, just watching me. And I'm thinking they're not even running. What the
Right.
hell? It's like, go get out of my yard. And then they'll look at me like, are you serious? And then they'll run out the yard because I've told them they can be around, but don't come in the yard. And they generally, I don't know why these cats listen to me. Do they really? But they don't come in the yard. But they will sit there on the fence and look at me like, I'm going to go in this yard, you know. So I don't know. But like I said, if I plant
So
catnip and mint, I'm thinking mint keeps them away, but catnip makes them stay.
right.
I
So put catnip in a corner of the yard, a
Okay.
back corner,
All right.
and then maybe you know plant, and especially if you put it in buckets, you have to keep it watered though.
Right.
But try it in the back corner and see how the cats actually react to it when it's growing.
Okay. I will try this time
Right.
since, like I said, since I see that uh I do grow stuff. I just not the stuff stuff I want. But
Right.
yeah, I'm gonna try that because, like I said, I've been toying with it. I actually went out there with my friend and we laid the automatic sprinklers and the automatic timer, and all I had to do was go out and put in the actual the little, I don't got the tubes or the rubber. I don't know what you call it, but the things that actually you put the hose in so the water squirts out for you.
Okay.
You know what I'm
Okay.
talking about? All I
Yeah.
got to do is replace the old ones that were there. That he said you need to replace these in the front of the house, and then you set your timer, and then I have everything. It's already ready. It's ready to gear up to do it. But like I said, I killed the plants that I bought to put in the ground, and I said forget it.
Like a sprinkler system.
Yeah, I already got this. Yeah, the sprinkler
Yeah.
system. Yeah, we
Yeah.
did that. We got the sprinkler system up and running. I mean, it's ready except for me putting in the last little few bits of thing. Because, like I said, this is something I've been trying to do for I do it every now and then for years. So maybe I need to do what I did with my brother when we were looking for my brother for 18 years. I just asked my angels, go get him, have him call me. So maybe I
Right.
need to say, angels with the green thumb, come and help me grow a garden that I can actually keep.
Right.
You know, because this whole thing after this growing in the backyard is funny. After I already killed the succulent I bought at the beginning of the year,
Now,
you know, that's why I thought it was funny too because I keep
you know
killing
what?
plants.
You know what would help, but again, I don't really know your setup situation,
Mhm.
but I'm tempted to say take that grew because it hasn't gone to seed yet. Take
Right.
that grew and put it through some type of a mulcher and let that go down. Let that rot, basically turn into compost, and that's going to help build your soil.
Okay, well, we're gonna do something with it, even if we do what you said the first time, which is take the after he cuts it all up because I got somebody coming tomorrow.
Right?
After he cuts it all up, put it in a bucket and
Yeah.
put water on it, and let the water leach out the minerals and stuff from the
You
weeds,
got
and then use that to begin the
you got
process. So this has been a good conversation for me because it's giving me some starting points as
I
to
just
where to go with this.
I'm
It's
just
giving
I'm
you
just
hope.
thinking I'm just thinking though, like okay, so you got a yard full of weeds there that are all chest high. The only place I can see that you're going to be able to leach the nutrients back out of those is probably over in the neighbor's pool.
Also, Lois, I
No,
don't know if
no,
you have
but see, check this out though. Check this out. Like when it got hot, I took some mulch and I put it in a kiddie pool for my dog so she can go potty in the pool next to the house so she didn't have to go out to the backyard. So I got two kiddie pools in my backyard that I can just fill up with water and put these things. That's what I'm saying. You're giving me a starting point where
Right?
I can see where I can try something.
Now,
Now whether
it
I have the follow through or not, that's neither here nor there. Okay, I'm gonna be
right?
real.
So it doesn't have to get real nasty,
Uh-huh.
but let the water turn darker.
Okay. All right.
Right? Yeah.
The other thing you could do too, Lois, is I don't know if it's available to you. I like it is here because I come from I'm in Pennsylvania, so like it's an agricultural area. But they do soil tests, and then you can also check your you can check the soil nutrients. You can check the pH level and all that stuff, and then you kind of know that gives you a broad basis of where to start and where to begin too. It usually costs like $25 or $35, but it's worth it. I mean, if you really want to be serious about it. So
You
Well, I
just
didn't
give
say
me
Curtis. I didn't want to say I want to be serious about it. I said I just want to see if I can grow something intentionally, and I don't want to spend a whole bunch of money trying
right,
to research it
right,
first because that's
right.
my
well,
problem. I've
it's
been researching it for years and then trying to here and there. So that's what I
yeah.
said. Reading about it, testing the soil. I got junk like that. Some pH balance papers already that I could use for the water. Okay, I don't want to do that. I just want to
Yeah.
see if I can actually start something from a seedling and grow it, or take something that's from a seed and actually let it grow into something. Now, because I haven't even been able to maintain nothing yet.
I can
Okay,
say that right.
except these weeds in the garden back here. Okay,
So
and I had nothing to do with that.
trying to remember how you do that. I'm trying to remember. There's a test. Might want to Google that one too. If
Okay.
if if you're interested in it, and it'd just kind of be a fun test anyway. Might actually do it on here some night. I haven't done it before. I've heard of it, and I know it works. But you take two jars, and I don't remember exactly how this goes, but you take two jars, you put soil in both jars, you pour, if I remember, you pour vinegar. I think you pour vinegar on one.
And soda, the other one.
No, you put vinegar in one, and the other you put water with baking soda, and then you add some soil. And if the jar with the vinegar bubbles, your soil is alkaline. If the jar with the baking soda and water bubbles, your soil is acidic.
Acidic, yeah.
If it really bubbles, then it's strongly alkaline or strongly acidic. If there's not much bubble, then you have kind of neutral soil, which is
Neutral,
actually
right?
kind
Yeah,
of good.
that's what you want. You want the neutral.
But
I only I had to do a huge research project where I had to dig holes in my backyard and
right,
show like for water resources. When I was going through my Bachelor of Science, and yeah, no, I think you're correct, Brian. I think that's the way it's done. Like you don't have to go. For me, it was just easier to go do the test, and I think
right,
that's why the
right.
university had us to say, spend the $35, get it done, see where you're at, because that way you know what you can plant and what you cannot plant, and what will survive and what won't survive. Generally, I find in this soil, in my area, like tomatoes, jalapenos, basil, oregano, all that good stuff. But you can also do it in buckets too. Like, what was it? A bucket of potatoes, or you could have like you grow potatoes in a bucket, like five
Yeah.
gallon bucket, that kind of thing. So
If you put so we'll say a layer of soil, and then you put your potato seed in, and then you put a layer of soil. Once that potato plant starts to come up, once that gets up about, we'll say 6 inches, you cover half of it with more soil. And once it grows up again, you cover half of it with soil. And you keep doing that, and you'll end up more or less with a bucket of potatoes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
So there
my
was a lot of good
suggestion,
information. Like I said, I like the vinegar, alkaline, and acidity test. That
right?
baking soda acidity test.
Mm,
That sounds good because, like I said, it'll give me a great. Like I said, I need the experiential work because just
right?
taking it and saying, "Oh, they tested the soil for me," and the soil, no, that I
Okay.
need this experiential work so that I can understand the process because it's evidently I don't understand the process. That's what's been happening with me, and
Right.
reading it is not. I'm not a listen and learn or read it and learn type of person. I gotta read it, learn it, and be movement at the same time. I need movement with my learning.
no,
Right.
that makes sense, Lois. Yeah, no, and that's
If
so respectful. Like, yeah, and you're not
if
going to learn
you
until you understand the process, and
if
Yeah,
then
and
you
just
have
reading it, like, unless you already knew, like, but I mean, it does give a graded report, like, what to add to it, or like, whatever. It's not just like a general, like, report. It tells you like what to add, what you shouldn't, what it could be, and all that stuff. But I respect your efforts on that. I that's awesome,
if
because
if
you're
you
right.
have
You're not going to know.
if you have a
I've just
neighbor,
spent too much. I've spent too much in the years
right?
preceding this to put any more money out there in a hope and a prayer. That's
So
why I came on here because I want. How do you start this garden? How do you do this? Teach me. Let me know. How do I go out and I can experientially
so
do what you're saying do and not read about it? Because I read about how to keep the plants growing when you buy. I read the thing, the insert when it comes, but it always doesn't work out, and it comes already in the good soil and all the neutralizing and all the stuff, and it still doesn't work for me because I've just never been physically taught. I've tried to self teach, and evidently, forming is not something that you can learn by reading a book. That's all I.
so you
That's my
gotta
whole point. Is
you
like
gotta
I
get
gotta actually do it.
you gotta get your hands dirty. One another couple of thoughts. If you have a neighbor,
Hmm.
if you have somebody nearby who seems to have a good garden, takes, whether it be flowers or what, that seems to take pride in it,
Mm-hmm.
go go ask them if
Harass it.
they could
Okay.
give you a few pointers for some basic plants that they think would grow in your area, because you're in a different, like a totally different growing zone, a totally different climate than what we are, and really what Curdy is. If there's a good garden store there where
Mm-hmm.
they don't just want to sell you something, but they want to sell you something that's going to bring you back, they want to keep you as a customer, they can maybe make the same suggestions. But go praise up somebody's garden. Tell them
Okay,
what a good
I'll
job
go
they're
look
doing.
around when I'm
You
walking
know,
the dog. I'll be looking because, like I said, it's just for me. I don't want to actually keep investing in this. That's why. That's what
right?
I didn't give. I go. You can tell I didn't give up. I give up. I give in. I'm like, okay, no, I'm tired of this now. I'm not putting no more money in it. Like, no, I'm done. But then I don't quit. I still say, okay, it's got to be a way it can be done.
That's right. And finding out your local, and Curdy mentioned something that's really crucial. You go and buy those, whatever it is, that plant in the good soil, but then you set it out in your soil, which
Yeah.
may or may not be good soil. It takes time, like here,
Hmm.
um, even running the goats, running the pigs, rotating the animals, turning the woodland into pastures and then into gardens. It's taking, like, it's 3 to 5 years before our gardens are going to be producing anywhere near what they should.
Okay, you got so basically be patient. Recognize that
Build
okay,
your soil.
to build the soil up and whatever. And since the soil already started in the backyard, maybe try using that with some flowers or some other type of weed type of growing plants and catnip and mint and okay, I'm hearing it. So I got a lot of good stuff to go on. So I really appreciate both of y'all for helping me because, like I said, I don't want to waste the fact that the yard is fertile enough to grow something.
That's right. That's right. And again, I don't know how close your neighbors are, and so on, but a compost bin.
Hmm.
Um, if so compost can be really good or it can be really bad.
Okay.
You want something that is at least 4 feet. I'm going to say 4 feet high,
Okay.
4 feet wide, and 4 feet long. So
Okay.
4 by 4 by 4. You're going to start and put cuttings, like from your weeds, as long as they haven't gone to seed.
Okay.
And in a week they're not going to go to seed. The um, kitchen scraps, whatever. Once that gets up to about 4 inches, um, it's going to start to compost. Now you kind of need a mix, and it's something that you can learn. Pick my brain. The But you need a mix between dry and, so here's the way I'll explain it. I get a layer of manure, layer of crap in an animal stall this time of year, and I will put hay on top of it, and then they'll crap on top of it, and then I'll put hay, because the hay offsets. The hay is like a carbon, and it offsets the moisture to where that starts to compost. You don't want it getting too wet. If you keep the mixture right,
Hmm.
good compost doesn't smell. If you don't keep it right, the neighbors are going to run you on a rail because it's going to stink to high heaven,
Okay.
right?
So true. Yeah. Um, my one neighbor, she composts, and it's the scrappings. Then it's all the different things, and it's to maintain the soil. But Lois, you're in a dry environment, right?
Mm.
Hmm.
For the most part, I would
Yeah.
say. So
Yeah.
it's Yeah, the moisture is key, but
And the I mean, that compost as it breaks down, that is a good um, that's a good fertilizer. Compost turns into a good fertilizer,
yep.
and it's yeah, it really depends a lot on your area, and it's funny because another platform that I'm on, even though I'm up here in Canada and I can't get paid to be on the platform, I'm on. I use the Owl app, and just recently, like over the last month. But what I find is, um, I've actually put on there, like, for the genealogy. I have, like, business background and farming, homesteading. Wasn't really getting many calls on that, so I kind of changed it and kind of highlighted my doing family history and genealogy, and I've started to get calls. But I had one gal who contacted me about that, who also likes to garden, and I'm trying to think. She's either in California or Vegas, and that's her problem. Like, it's too dry, and she has clay soil. And so she was asking me, what do you do? And honestly, without going and researching it, I don't know. I mean, there's certain things that will help across the board, but then there's other certain things. Make friends with a local gardener.
Okay, well that's I think maybe I see classes offered. I like I love to take her to school, but I see classes offered in the little paper or the little brochure we get around here and stuff, saying come and take this class or whatever, it's for free or whatever. And so I'm thinking if I find another one of those gardening things that's for free here in Vegas, I'm quite sure they'll know what will grow here and how to get it started
Exactly.
and how to utilize the yard space that I have, because I don't have a big yard,
Right.
but it's a yard nonetheless. That I could want to utilize to do something other than have rocks in it.
And
Mhm.
right, so you can have a rock garden,
There you
Yeah,
go.
whatever kind of garden, it doesn't even matter. It's just it's
right?
utilizing the space to me so it'll still be beautified. So it's not like right now the weeds that grew back there. If they had grown and they're all nice, and trimmed, and pretty, it would actually look really pretty because they're so lush and so thick. And that's why I said it. I don't understand how it grew that fast, that fast, but
Yeah.
evidently it's telling me I need to that maybe it's time to look at me trying to grow plants again.
Right. I
Okay, because
know.
There you
I've been
go.
expected with kids and people.
I know you don't take a lot of pictures, but do yourself a favor
Hmm.
and try to take at least one picture of your backyard every month,
Okay.
and see the difference. I mean, one a week would be better, but do at least one a month of your backyard, and see how it's improving.
How it's improving or how it changes too.
Right,
Yeah.
right, yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll definitely do that. But yeah, so it was fun talking to you, Brian, as
Um,
always, and Curdy J. But I just
Yep.
wanted to wonder how could I switch this up to make it really something good. Now we know it's good because all it did was illuminate the fact that what I talk about doing internally for your other stuff, it happens externally as well. The
Exactly.
inside is the outside job too.
Yep.
And it just shows me that hey, I've been clean, I've been growing because like I said, and really fast. So it just illuminated that. But I want
Right.
some more. So I can see
Well,
now that maybe I can convert this miraculous growth in my backyard to me being able to grow something.
Let
now
me
I'm
tell you
not.
about
I'm
something
not
about
just.
being
I'm not just
miraculous.
trying to build my audience, but please, Lois, come come back on and keep us posted on your progress, or let us know what's working, what's not working.
Yeah.
Okay, and if I quit, I'll tell you that shit too.
Yeah, right.
I,
But
I
let me
gave
tell
it a good old college try, and I decided to give up on it again
let me
because
tell you
at
something
some point it
miraculous.
might kick in.
it's me growing orchids. Like I'm terrible. I spend $30 on these plants, and I'm like, they're beautiful and they look wonderful for like 3 months, and then all of a sudden they die. And then I finally talked, but it's like Brian said, I finally talked to um the local person that takes care of the plants, and I'm like, what am I doing wrong? This is what I do. And like, she totally threw me in a 360. And it's like, wow, oh, so I had a little bit of lemon, I had put a couple ice cubes in a week, okay, in the planter and all that stuff. So yeah, great vibes. So
Oh, so basically, she basically told you your soil was too alkaline and needed to be more acidic.
yeah, it was an indoor plant too. How do you
Okay, but
kill an indoor
I'm
plant?
just saying I do understand the science. That's
Right?
what I'm saying.
Right.
I understand the science of all of it. That's
Yeah.
why I never understood because I read it. Because I read it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to say I'm not here to be perfect. Like I've killed plenty of plants. Trust me.
Well, I don't. I just don't want to spend no more money to
Right.
kill a plant. I don't. I
Right.
mean, I don't. I
It's
couldn't
not
even.
worth it.
In Chicago, I was with Martin John, and he was like, "We can go to the zoo," and I'm looking. I don't want to see the animals in the cage.
Right?
No, and he said I didn't think you would, but I thought I mean, since we were walking at Lincoln Park, I thought maybe you might want to go to the zoo. No, I don't want to see the animals caged in. Just like that's just me. It's like I want to be able to grow stuff, but I don't want to
Yeah.
lock myself in, and I don't want to see stuff locked in, and I don't want to kill plants because they're part of me too, and I don't want to get it, and every time I get them and neglect them.
You're
So,
trying to you're trying to spread the love, Lois. That's all.
yeah, but I'm killing stuff. I don't like killing anything.
Right.
I mean, I'm serious. When I say I don't like killing anything,
Would
I
you
don't even
kill a
like killing a
scorpion?
roach.
Right.
Would you
Roach or a
And
kill?
I think
scorpion?
you're nasty. Go ahead. Would you
Roach
say?
or a scorpion?
I don't like killing a roach. Wouldn't kill. I don't know scorpion. I would probably have to figure out how to usher it out. Okay. I don't know. I don't like
All
to kill
right.
anything.
Fair enough.
Okay, so no, because killing a plant is not like killing a person, but it's
Right.
still a life form, and that just
Yes.
means that I ignored it. I didn't take care of it, and I realized, okay, now I'm getting older. I have a little bit more time, so maybe I can try again. But before, I didn't have time. I was working. I was going to school. I was raising kids and sending kids to college. I ain't had time to take care of plants, so they died.
Yeah.
And I don't want to do that anymore. I don't want to kill anything, any other. You don't understand, Curdy. It's been years. I've been
No, it's
trying. I
okay.
just can't
I gotta
move.
tell you, Lois, I almost fell off the couch seeing you up here.
Well,
If
well,
somebody asked me who's the last person you would ever expect to see up on Briden Farm, I would probably say Lois.
well, you know what? I
Which
don't
is
know
cool
why.
though.
I love
Hey,
life. I love
Yeah,
life.
okay.
Okay,
right.
and what Brian is doing at Brighton Farm is
Yeah.
something that if I was green thumb inclined, I would actually go to somewhere on a homestead. And I'm a hard worker. I hard physical worker, mental worker,
Right.
whatever. When I believe in something, I'm about that life. And what I believe in what he does, and he knows what he does, and he knows it well. So hell, why wouldn't I come up here and ask him? I got growth in my backyard, and I ain't been able to grow shit all my life. I want to know how to capitalize on this.
That's right. Yeah, no, I get it. It's cool. It's awesome. Like I
We just had another wisdomer join us. You don't have to, but
oh, there he is.
I did invite you to speak if you wish,
Ron, if
or
you know
video
anything
if you
about
wish.
plants, come up and help a sister out. Cause Curdy laughing at me, and wonder why she on Briden forums. I'm just trying to learn. Okay, I'm trying to
That's
learn.
what we're
Here we
here
go.
for.
Come on, Ron.
We're
You can
here
do it.
for.
There he is.
So,
I'll mute myself.
Lord, I,
Hello.
I just want to, Ron, I just want to interject this for a minute because we do have someone else here, Lauren. And Lauren, thank you so much for listening. I hope you're enjoying this. You must be because you've stuck around. Please don't feel outnumbered because right now four of us are friends here from over on the Wisdom app. And this is the type of community and support that we have over there. Um, and by the way, Wisdom is free. So, if you wanted to join that app, you can you can definitely do that. And as I say, you can find us over there, wisdom.app/Briden Farm. And yeah, it's free to join. There's a core of us over there who, four of them are here, friends from over there. So just please, Lauren, stick around, and hopefully you're enjoying this. And Ron, welcome.
Hello, Brian, Lois, and Curtis. Sorry I couldn't come up right away. I was indisposed.
No worries.
I was eating dinner. That's why I came up later. Then all of a sudden I see Lois on here. I'm like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's what I saw. I saw it said she's talking in this room. I was like, oh, what? I was like, yeah, I gotta go.
Well, you know what? I'm not a one-trick pony. Okay, put it like that. Y'all think I'm a one-trick pony. All I talk about is spirituality. I got a life too, man, and I want to grow something that I want to.
Oh my God,
Okay, you know what? Let's say this. No, because see, if I can figure out how to grow, I may just start. Wait, I'm gonna get a little crazy now.
Here we go. Whoops, I said the
might
S
grow
word.
me some
Sorry,
good
Brian.
hydroponic pot. Okay, I'm gonna say it like that. But I need to learn how to grow something first, and that growth in my backyard shows me that the capability is there. You know, it really is there, and so it's me who needs to learn. And this is like I said, and if I feel that Brian is a expert at this farming thing just by listening to his stories, because I like, even if I don't come up on his stage, I'm always in his room listening, even with the genealogy stuff. I was there, Ron, when he was talking to you, and I wanted to find out more about my grandmother whose genealogy just ends because she had eight different last names, and we don't even know which is the right one, and we never we haven't got any information. We ended up with her, but I was able to go far back with others. But when I see Brian, I like talking to Brian. He has a lot of wisdom, so I'm gonna come on and ask for help. I'm not a one-trick pony. Poor Kurt, you just think all I know is spirituality.
I got to tell you, Brian, when he did my genealogy, he sent me a photo of my father, and it gripped me because it was a photo that was unseen before, especially by family. So that was great.
I've got to interject something because, Ron, I don't know if you've taken or had the time yet to take time to go to familysearch.org.
No, sir, I haven't.
You really need to. I didn't send you the pictures. But if you go there,
okay, I'll get on my PC now.
If you go there, you are going to find photos of, if I've got this right in my head, your great-grandfather and your great-great-grandfather.
Yes.
Oh, how cool is that? So what site is this?
Oh, man.
I want to say
Families.
So
familysearch.org, it says it.
Yeah, it's a free site. Lois, Monday night, 8 Eastern. So you're on Mountain Time, right?
I'm on Pacific Time.
Oh, you're on Pacific Time. Okay, so 5 Pacific. Monday nights, right here. Well, basically right here on Fireside Chat. Growing your family tree is the talk that I do. I would love to get some information and see what I can do. I'm not sure I can do anything, but see what I can do about finding Grandma.
Yeah, I just want. I know where she finally rested at. Because we knew her, but the whole thing is that she came from a family that was a lot of abuse, and so she ran away from home at 12 years old with her older sister who was 14. And once they're on the East Coast, there is no record of where she really came from. They say she came from Mississippi, but you can't find no birth records because evidently, in order to get away from the situation early in the early hundreds and 1900s, they had to change their name, and it was you could do that. You could just say my name is this, and they had no way of saying it's not. So it was just I wanted to find out who her father and mother actually were. Because I was able to go back on my mother's side all the way back into the 1800s and stuff like that, and on my kid's father's side, I was able to go back to 1700 because I've been doing it for years. But my grandmother's is different because of the fact that she was a child when she left, and she felt changing her name was the right thing to do, and she lived, and I'm gonna say it by hook or by crook, and just and I didn't understand that was literal until I grew up, you know, and
Wow, boy, she
she
said
And
married,
1700s.
yeah,
Yeah, that's awesome.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's
wow.
my husband's side, of my ex-husband's side of his
Yeah.
family, because because I was able to connect with his white slave owners at the plantation house, the way they had them, and how a lot of them became sharecroppers and still stayed with them, and one of his white brothers or his white uncles or cousins is holds a prominent office here in Vegas, because I saw him and I was like, wait a minute, that looks like him. It's the same last name. And so I did more
Yeah.
research and found out that was part of his white side of his family. So because I got the white side of his family, I was able to go all the way back to Europe.
Oh, wait.
Okay, I'm serious.
Yeah.
So, and my grandfather, he pure black, but he was a colonel in the I'll say the Black Army,
Okay. Yeah.
because that was early in the early 1900s, and
Right.
it showed me where I was able to find everybody's history except this one grandmother who ran away as a child, because we can't find birth records. And recently, my sister called me when I was in Chicago and told me that my cousin's daughter called her trying to find the family history, because she could only went so far with my grandmother, and that was as far as she could get, but she couldn't even get anywhere with her other side. So I was like, well, I wonder. I heard Brian talking to you, Ron, on I think it was Monday, whatever
Yes.
day I was sitting. I heard
Mhm.
him talking to you, and I heard him picking up information that you weren't able to get to. And I'm thinking, well, shit, if he was able to do that, I don't even have a right name. The name, I mean, we're talking to her. She married 8 times. Okay. And I don't
Wow.
even have all those husbands' names. Well, she didn't marry. She did not marry for love, honey. So don't
Right.
don't get it twisted. I stand by her. Okay, I'm gonna be real.
she was
She
doing
married.
what she had to do to
She's
Right.
doing
survive.
what there it is,
Yeah.
right
Mhm.
there. What she had
Hmm.
to do to survive, because hey, she a black woman in the early 1900s. What you supposed to
Yeah.
do?
Right.
So we don't know. We don't know anything else. But I will join you on that day. But I don't want to take up time on this stage. We were talking about farming.
No, it's okay. No, because right. I mean, this is like being at the homestead.
Yeah.
We're all around
Right,
a.
and there, and that's what this is. I mean, this is fireside chat, right? Like this is
Right.
which one of your presidents was it? Teddy
Just Franklin Roosevelt.
Franklin, yeah,
Hmm.
Franklin Roosevelt, right? And you
Fireside
know,
chat.
it's just we're the kitchen wood stove's not going tonight because we don't need it going. Thankfully, the it's actually warm enough here. We do have the furnace on, but that's coming on not very often. The and I see that Lauren is still sticking around, which I appreciate. So
Hello,
Absolutely.
Lauren.
Thank you, Lauren.
Lauren is obviously somewhat interested in this topic too. So that's great. The and Lauren, not to keep pointing you out, but you are more than welcome to speak up when and if
Yeah,
you
come
need
on up,
to.
Lauren.
And if not, that's okay too.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're all friends.
Yeah,
we're
hell,
all
I'll come up on video if you want me to, but
Right.
I don't look the best.
the but the would you say you're not dressed? Well, you better leave the
Oh,
video off.
no, I said I'm probably not. Yeah, I know I'm
Uh,
dressed.
I'm dressed.
I
Yeah,
don't look the
that's
best.
not
I
that
don't look
kind of
the
show.
best.
Not that kind of show. Oh my. The
Oh.
Ron, were you just being a supportive friend, or do
Yes.
you have
Yes. Absolutely.
do you do any gardening, or
Oh,
uh,
gardening.
it's
Oh, unfortunately, I don't do any gardening. And one day, I plan to do that. That sounds like it'd be great to have that relationship to the earth. That's what I want eventually one day. Yeah, and to grow crops too, or
right?
crops or food.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. The well, like I was telling Lois, one of the easiest ones to grow, um, started in a bucket. Set the bucket
Tomatoes.
outside. No, well, tomatoes. Tomatoes are good if you want like actual food. But if
Mhm.
you mint and catnip. Now, catnip can be it can be a little skunky by times if you rub on it the wrong time of the year and so on. But tomatoes are great. I mean, if you have a green thumb or you have a place to grow tomatoes, but
Mhm.
mint, you can grow anywhere, but you do want to put it in a bucket because it will
Oh,
also travel. Once it's established,
mhm.
it will travel everywhere. The
Right.
So even if that bucket is sunk in the ground, you still want it you know, contain your mint, but it's an easy one to grow. And um, not sure if you like herb tea, but things like mint, even
Mm.
catnip, lemon balm, those all make nice herbals as well.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh, and you'll appreciate this. I kind of wish Cecilia was here because
Mhm.
she'd have a chuckle too. She mentioned, I think she meant, well, Denis made supper tonight and it was pasta, and I think she mentioned something about macaroni, or I might have been on her
Mhm.
talk earlier, but Denis said something about, yeah, macaroni with hot dogs in it, and I said
Oh.
she's not going
Oh
there, but I bet
no, it's the
Ron would.
worst thing. No, even I don't eat that, but like you probably just, I mean, that just was the wrong thing to say. He didn't know that, did he?
No, yeah, yeah, and he didn't say it in
she
earshot.
probably she probably shuddered a little bit and just kind of went, you know,
Right?
you
Yeah, I
should
don't even
go,
think
yeah.
she heard it, but my comment to him was, "Shh." I said, Ron would probably eat that, but she's not
I'm
going to.
still laughing so hard. Yeah, because I know. She just brought this up the other day, I think.
She may not even like him anymore, you know, if she heard it.
Right?
I'm just
Hey,
joking, though. I'm just joking.
I'm
Yeah,
with
yeah.
CC on that. On the hot dogs
Hmm.
in the pasta. I'm sorry, we got enough of that when our moms all they have is a mac and cheese, and then in the hot
Hmm.
dogs they cut up in it, and that was
Right.
some of the most disgusting stuff. But I ate it because we were hungry. So
People
Right,
that's
getting
why
right.
fat,
I laugh, and because I know Cece and I know how she eats. So
Hmm.
all I could do is just crack up just now. But yeah.
I can't talk to her about what I even, and I don't eat like that stuff, but I still eat a little bit of processed food. So we don't talk about what I eat because it bothers her.
Well,
And
that
so,
was a struggle meal, though, Ron. The macaroni and cheese
right,
with the
It
hot dog
was.
is a struggle meal, and
hmm
once you stop struggling, you don't
right,
want to eat that shit no more. Okay, I'm gonna be real.
right.
That's
Oh,
fair.
of course not,
I
of
know.
course not.
No, it's totally true. I had it when I was a kid. I mean, I didn't come from I didn't come from a very well off family. I mean, my father was trying to start up a business. My mother was the accountant, and we lived off food stamps.
Lauren
And
got to see this
my mom's
earlier, but
trying
I
to.
know the rest of you didn't. Oh,
No, yeah, check these guys out.
that's
Oh,
that's
Whoa.
Willow.
babies!
Oh,
Oh, wow, they so cute.
oh my
Yeah.
goodness.
Hey, leave me alone.
Aren't they
Oh
precious?
That
wait,
is
wait,
great.
I want to do like a voiceover.
My
Hello.
goodness.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
how you looking at my? Wait,
There.
hey, what are you doing? Get the light off me.
Have you named them?
That's a good mama.
Just
Yeah.
Willow. That's the only one that we've named.
Oh, she snapped.
Oh, that's
She
a pretty name.
snapped
Yeah.
there.
Okay, that's too much light, huh? All right.
Yeah.
We're
Right
gonna leave
on.
you. The yeah, to put the light back in the corner. The other one back there sleeping is
Oh,
actually, no, she's great. But she's 18 years old. That's
Oh, okay.
Tigre. She's been with us.
Wow.
We had her mom and her aunt. Her aunt only lasted about 10 years. Um, her mom lasted 18 years and 18 days. And she's been gone. This is 2 years, I think.
Yeah.
And Tigre turned 18 in September 13th.
18 years is a long time for a cat, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very
And
long, right?
to have two.
Yeah.
Oh,
With the 6
I
cats,
just,
we have 12 in the house.
that chair has a pillow on it now. that chair, and I actually have the table and chair set here also. I actually bought it from my cousin, but that chair belonged to my.
Over 100 years old.
There were on the bottom of the table, and I thought it was stamped, or I would have protected the label. Apparently, it was a label. I thought it was a stamp. It said,
Ooh.
I think it was 2nd of August or something, August or April, something like that. 1864.
Wow.
And it has handed down through our family from my third great grandfather, who we knew as James Ward, who in Waverly, Nova Scotia during the gold rush had the James Ward Hotel and Saloon. And
Whoa.
I believe that this did come from there, and I believe that it does date back to the 1860s, because so I was showing pictures of it. This was a few years back, but I was showing pictures of it, and someone on the saw the pictures. Someone here in the province, about an hour and a half from here, actually from Yarmouth County, where my great grandfather was from, and where I was from, and they have the same set that is handed down in their family since the 1860s.
Sure. That makes sense. Yeah, because when everything was
Right.
made, and it was all made in the same, it's kind of all made similar. So yeah.
Yeah.
And then that picture, isn't it? There's the in the brown wooden frame. Isn't that
Yeah,
something?
grandma somebody. the
Okay. I remember you telling me
yeah,
that before,
she
like
was
when we did a video
she
call.
was at a market where I was set up with Watkins products, selling Watkins products, and she kept. One day she would smirk at me, and then next day she'd smile at me. And after a month, I couldn't take it anymore. I went over and laid down $20 and bought the picture. And she come out of a house lot that it was come from a community in New Brunswick, Canada, that is next to Ward's Creek. Nobody has been able to give me the history of why Ward's Creek is called Ward's Creek. My third great grandfather that I was just talking about having the chair or the table set was James Ward. One of his daughters or granddaughters married, I think it was a granddaughter, married someone from Petticodiac, which is about 15 minutes on one side of Sussex where I bought that picture. And the picture come from a house lot about 15 minutes on the other side of Sussex. So about 20 minutes to a half hour by today's distancing is where one of James Ward's granddaughters married somebody from that community. And this picture, for some reason, that I absolutely connect with, ended up in a house lot 30 minutes away. And I didn't know it at the time, but I've discovered that James Ward's daughters, James and Harriet's daughters, I've seen pictures of them. And she looks so much like those pictures. And the only one that I haven't seen the picture of is actually their daughter that was my grandmother. So, is it? Don't know. I refer to her as
Yeah.
Grandma somebody. I'm hoping that someday, somebody online or in person, and it's a long shot, but somebody's going to say, "What are you doing with a picture of?" and fill in the blank for me.
There you go.
You just never know. It's,
That's right.
they,
It's what it's all about, being on Briden Farm and the homestead.
right?
Like we're sitting around I guess Daryl would call it the round
Right?
table, but I feel like we're sitting around a dinner table.
That's
So, oh, by the way, Ron, that
Mhm.
stuff was good that I sent you earlier.
That's awesome. I'm so glad you enjoyed it,
That
sir.
lobster. Oh, what did I have?
Mm-hmm.
It was corn and lobster chowder. Oh my gosh, it was so good. And
That's
then
excellent.
the bang bang shrimp,
Corn
whatever it
and
was.
lobster? No, that's
Nice.
a new one on me.
I think it was. Let me double check. Let me go over to. I Ubered it. Just because I couldn't
So
drive.
I'm sitting I'm sitting in Bear River, Nova Scotia, Canada, as most of you know, and probably at this point all of you know. About an hour and a half away is Yarmouth County, Nova Scotia, where I grew up. Yarmouth County is District 34 when it comes to the lobster fishery, where my dad and three brothers all fished. My dad and two of the brothers had their own boats, but District 34 is the largest lobster fishing district.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I definitely got to
Use
come
my
out
word.
there because I want some. But
Right?
I don't want it unless you've already cleaned all the garbage out of it, and it looks like I went to the store to buy it. Okay.
All right, Lois, you ready to hear? This is why, like, I could never tell Cece like what I eat, but I mean, I considered it healthy. So it was cream spinach, bang bang shrimp, bacon mac and cheese, and corn chowder and lump crab. Now, the reason why I got all of that is because I had a 40% off coupon. Because it'll take me 3 days to eat it, but I eat that corn chowder and lump crab like you wouldn't believe. The bang bang shrimp, I'll throw it in the air fryer later tomorrow. And I had a slice of pizza tonight.
And the pizza, the only the thing, she wouldn't mind the corn chowder. She wouldn't mind. She probably wouldn't mind the seafood. She would say something about that bacon mac and cheese because
Oh yeah, I didn't like it. To be honest with you, I didn't like it. There wasn't enough cheese on it.
See, I would, but you don't mess up no mac and cheese by putting no bacon in it. I know bacon is good, mac and cheese is good. You don't put the two together.
They didn't. They barely had any cheese on it. It was just like noodles and bacon. It was like I can make this better myself. I
was
mean,
I was
anyway.
kind of thinking that
But the
about the
bang bang
lobster.
shrimp, oh yeah, that sauce, it was bang bang.
Look, lobster's great, but I wouldn't corrupt it with the corn. I love corn, but some things just shouldn't
You
mix.
know, there it is, right there.
No, it was
Like
Brian. I swear, this chowder was so good. Like
Well, you
oh
know what's
yeah,
funny about that? When we have a goat that's in milk, I will sometimes make cheese, and from cheese you get whey.
yep,
Your curds and whey, Little Miss Muffet.
Yeah.
And we take that uh, whey and we use it as a super chowder base, and we add in our vegetables, but we also add in um, at the last time we were doing it, and this is terrible. Somebody in Digby hears me say this. Digby's our local town. We're living in Digby County. I'll get shot. But I used the little scallops, not the nice big Digby scallops, but the little
right,
scallops, because somebody had given them
yep,
to us. And so I don't even know what you call them. I'm going to call them little pearl scallops. We made
yeah,
our soup or chowder, whichever way you want to describe it, but with the whey. But the interesting thing is, it actually tasted like a lobster corn mix. So I can imagine it
okay,
actually would be good.
yeah.
And why it tasted like lobster corn, it had neither in it, but it's like the whey base or whatever, and the way it interacts with the scallops.
It's interesting. I enjoy I enjoy cooking. So it's like I mean, in I know Ron does, and I'm sure Lois does too.
Mm-hmm.
It's just one of my fortes. Like I've been cooking since I had to take care of my brothers when I was 9 years old, and
Rodney,
that was
welcome to
almost
the
40 years
room.
ago.
Yeah, we're just
Oh, hi, Rodman, come on
Rodney.
up.
What's up, Rodney?
is that gosh, I can't remember your last name. Is that Rodney from Saturday Night?
Saturday Night
Mm-hmm. It is.
Live.
Rodney
Channels and
Williams.
Vessels actually
Yep.
here on Fireside. The
That's right.
Yes,
the
we'll be here this Saturday night at 8 o'clock
right.
Eastern.
I'm gonna. You
Can't
Hmm.
wait
don't. You
for it.
don't have to, Rodney,
I
but
know,
you're
right?
more than welcome. There he is.
There he
Hey,
is.
Rodney.
Hey, good evening. How are
Yeah,
you?
awesome, awesome. The
Man, we got the whole
Glad to
family
be
coming
here.
in.
It's funny. We're and again, Lauren, not to pick on you. Really glad you're here, and I sincerely mean that. It's funny. We're all like Wisdom Family app users. The and Lauren must be enjoying this, and I certainly hope you are, because you're more than welcome, and I'm glad that you're here. But yeah, I just find it funny. It's like it's the we're all friends sitting down, and Curdy said it a few minutes ago. We're all sitting around the table here at Briden Farm and just shooting the breeze. So welcome, Rodney.
Hmm.
Thank you. Thank you. I was making some edits to Channels and Vessels, and I saw the alert. And I know that you've been supportive of Channels and Vessels as well as when I was doing shows on Wisdom. So I had to come on over, and it's awesome to see everyone here. Lois, it's been a while since you and I have connected, plus Curtis and Ron. So I'm
Yes,
just really
sir.
ecstatic to
This
be
is
here.
great.
It's good to see you too, Rodney. Man, I haven't seen you in a quite a bit, and I keep missing the phone calls and stuff when you call. So it's good to see you. But yeah, and this conversation has went everywhere from shit making stuff grow in my backyard, literal shit. Okay, and I have a
You
forest
want to
in
know
my.
what's great,
I'm
Rodney?
just trying to figure out
When
how to
I
grow
saw
stuff.
Lois on Briden
You know?
Farm, I almost fell off my couch. I was like, "What?"
Now,
I came up here because she's here.
see, now I've heard these guys. I've heard these guys dishing on Lois. I have to honestly say,
Well,
Lois was one of my very first listeners on Wisdom, and has been a very big friend, fan, and supporter since.
well, Brian, you know what she did, don't you? Let me tell you what she did. Let me tell you what she did.
Oh Lord.
For a year, this woman, she just went on to people's talks and she just spoke like she was the best guest you could ever ask for. She always had great things to say until finally you realize, wait a second, she doesn't have her own talks. And then you start the drum beat of like, hey, when's she going to do her own talks? And then it's like, Lois, when's you going to do your own talk? And then what I realized is that it was a mastermind of marketing because she had. I mean, by the time had her talk, like she knew it. She just, she was good at seeing, waiting at a certain time. It was brilliant. It was brilliant.
Messing me up, dude. Because it was not
I'm just
orchestrated at
joking.
all, boy.
And secondly, I am not dissing on Lois. I love Lois to death.
I know you do.
I mean, if you remember the motorcycle days, I was like, Lois, I want to, you driving a motorcycle. I want to sit behind you and like you just take me on the way. You remember those
I
days?
remember
That was
that, and
over the summer.
I said,
But
it's a motorcycle built for one, okay? And you want to ride a motorcycle,
I'm
get
gonna.
your
like,
own,
we'll make it for two.
okay? Because I actually made mine where it only rides one person, me, okay? If y'all want to
Right.
ride, y'all gotta go get y'all one, go rent y'all one,
There,
This
there
is
are
my.
times. There are times the host would really just be better off keeping his mouth shut, but I really have to comment because I'm not sure. And
I was like,
Lauren,
bro, where are you going
Lauren,
with
if I'm
this?
going to offend you, please close your ears. Uh, but
Earmuffs.
did anybody else hear what he just said?
No,
Because he said that she
I
was
heard
taking
about a
off on
motorcycle.
she was on her motorcycle,
Hmm.
and he said, just take me. I'm
Hmm.
sure that's what he said.
Hmm.
The thing is,
I'll be your new son, stepson, whatever. Take
oh
me in.
man,
Lois adopts Curtis. He gives him up in
I'll
a
say
week.
this, Curtis. My daughter knew when I bought that motorcycle, wasn't nobody else riding it but me. She bought her own, so we ride together, but we ride
Mm.
our
Right.
own. Okay, because
Right.
I have
I
seen
never
it.
did anything with.
I haven't seen it in person, but I've seen pictures
Yeah.
of it.
Well,
Yeah.
she don't even have pictures of hers in person, because she don't post. She's like me. I don't post often because I don't think. I mean, I don't want people envying my life or anything like that. Or I just don't like all
Right.
that shit.
Right.
Okay, I'm real. I just
Yeah.
don't like it. I like living my life and having.
Keep it low key.
There it is right there. And I only posted pictures because you guys said, "Oh, you right." You know, because some people don't believe things that I say. That's one reason I took it in that backyard
Right.
today. See all those leaves grown as tall as all the way up to my chest, and I'm 5'7". Okay, and it's like, whoa, that's too high. But the whole thing is that a lot of stuff I talk about, people don't believe because it sounds so outlandish. It really sounds outlandish, and sometimes I had to take you and show you video proof, or even if I had to show you doctor's records, this did happen. Okay, but this is the story of my life, and Curdy, I am not a one trick pony. Why can't I be on Briden forums talking about stuff?
Yeah.
You're allowed to be. Come on. It's just like I like it. Just I was like, am I waking up in a
Shut up.
dream? Like in a dream in a dream?
Oh.
I was like, anyway, no, Lois, you know I love you, and I'm so glad you're here. So
Rodney, um, tell me, because I know a little bit from your profile, but give me a little rundown on your background, your professional background, if you don't mind.
No, I don't mind at all, and I appreciate you, asking that. I was, man, my entire journey and my sole mission is to share my life experiences, how I came from being an egomaniac, not having emotional intelligence, being an awful communicator, to learning and developing self love, and how that has catapulted me and put me on a place of healing that has allowed me to truly connect beyond my wildest dreams. And so, what that really means is creatively, with the outlets of writing poetry, doing podcasts, fireside chats with the three amazing gentlemen that I'm doing it with, as well as now, as I've been sharing with my friends and people close to me, that I've been diving headfirst into AI and how partnering with AI can really change and pivot the trajectory of your lives, not only personally but career wise, business wise. And so I'm both left and right brained. I was telling Ron today that I'm ambidextrous, right? And so when I find something that I'm passionate about, I dive head first in, and I go down these rabbit holes, and I want to bring others with me to encourage and invite them to augment and modify their own life experience. So every offering that I have, resource, show, is all predicated on helping people with their overall well-being, emotionally, physically, spiritually, the whole gamut. And through my journey of realizing that God force inside of me and my experiences were meant to be shared. There's the term, your former messes are now your messages, and I'm a huge proponent of that. And everything that I've been going through, and I've been through, and I will go through, finding those solutions to how I navigate through it, that is what is meant to be shared, not only with the audience, but the lineage and generation coming after me. I'm a father of three. I am a grandfather. And so it is me taking all these different challenges head on that is going to help shape and mold and give them a blueprint and a framework to insert their own passion as they navigate their journey.
How beautiful is that?
oh, it's wonderful. And by the way, Ron,
He's muted, but he
Prince,
probably hears you.
I know Prince Perry.
Oh, yes. Sorry about that. So, yes, Curtis.
Just to give you a heads up,
Mm-hmm.
Prince Harry?
and
Mm-hmm.
yeah, Prince Perry.
Oh, Prince Harry.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes it goes by that name.
Now you got to understand, I'm in Canada, right? So when I heard that, I didn't hear Prince Perry. I heard Prince Harry.
Oh,
That was
okay.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
Prince.
Yeah.
Guess who
People get
my
me mixed up all the time.
Guess who my second purchase was from the store yesterday?
The guitar.
He's right beside me.
He's beside you.
Rodney.
Product. Yeah. Merch.
Yeah. Merch with the channels investments.
Channels and vessels. Thank you, Ron. I
Nice.
appreciate it. So, you know, Ron, D doesn't know, and Anthony doesn't know yet. But since you're here, I just figure I'd
Mhm.
throw that for a loop.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Curtis and Rodney. I appreciate your kind words. But you can tell Rodney is. But Rodney, I was wondering, do you have any videos, perchance, of like you when you were a jerk? Just because I mean, I believe you were an egomaniac or whatever. Like, I mean, I believe what you say. But I'd love to have just that, like a video to make to bring it home that like this is the difference, you know? Because it is hard to believe that you were different than you are now, you know.
One thing that I've learned in my journey is self does not tell on self. So it would be the legend of the asshole that was Rodney Williams. No,
The asshole's going to be me when I do the
Right.
no look hook over
Yeah.
top him, and he's going to try to block it, and
Listen
it's
to
going to
that.
go
Listen to
swish.
too funny. No, but, I really appreciate you, Brian, you giving me an opportunity to just share my story, right? Because it's, for me, it's vital and necessary. Everything at one point that I was going through was the woe is me until I understood what empathy was, right? And how highly sensitive I am to energies and how I can truly be supportive. And for those that know me and have been exposed to me over these past, 6 to 8 months or what have you, I mean, they know and understand and can tangibly feel the energy wherever they are because, like I said, I love people are my healthy obsession, and it's part of that surrender that contract that I've had with God and the universal consciousness to allow me to be a beacon of light. And so every opportunity I get to share that and stress that and urge and encourage and inspire and motivate people that they have everything inside of them to bring themselves out of the darkness into the light. And that darkness is not necessary. We have to understand the darkness to understand how that light is important and to shine it on everything, right? And so I'm really always humbled and appreciative to be in this place, to be able to have these engagements and share heartfelt and to love on everyone that's here, man. It's so awesome.
And I agree, Ronnie, Rod, the man, 10,000,000%. Do I agree with you? I mean, you've been so supportive of me, just like Lois has, just like Ron has, just like Brian has. But yes, if it wasn't for you too, I would never had some of the opportunities that I had become available. So that being said, you are the man.
Come.
And so when did you learn? When did you learn empathy?
Oh man, I would say, I mean, really within the past, handful of years. I'll say 3 to 5 years. I think it was really after I went through yoga teacher training. After
Okay.
my father transitioned 3 years ago, that was when it really kicked into gear. I went through a 10-week yoga teacher training immersion, and that was filled with self discovery and how to be of service and how to surrender. And just through that, it was a learning process, and now it's evolved into me being truly aware, of the impact that we all have when we interact and engage with people. And it's our choice whether we're going to leave people with a positive experience or negative, right? There's a saying that people won't necessarily remember what you say or remember what you do, but they remember how you made them feel. And that is something that I don't take for granted, even if I have to pause for a second and figure out the best way energetically or verbally or whatever parameter you want to share, to make people have a pleasant experience. Now, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not just this kumbaya. Like, I'm not one of those guys I'm not that person. So if you push me and paint me into a corner and you force my hand to not put you in a place, but make you aware that you're just not going to run roughshod over me, I definitely have no problem doing that. But for the most part, I am able to, navigate in a healthy way. Because you know you never get an opportunity to take that sort of stuff back when you react, right? And I've done plenty of that, and have vivid memories of when I've hurt people still. And back then it would be, you know, a rough spot for me to go to. Now it's context to show that healing is available. And you know, when you honor that and you handle not only yourself but people with grace that God, the universal consciousness, gives to us every single day, every single moment that we're here, you know, then we start to put that more in practice. And the more you put it in practice, the more you're intentional with it, then your soul's able to expand. Your brain is starting to function and fire and wire in ways that you're going to anticipate even more elevated emotions through our, you know, interactions, right? And so my brain doesn't really know anything else, you know, because I have a lot of pattern interrupts. My children, my grandson, as I mentioned, people that I love, that I want to make sure that they can see that there is there's always a positive choice that you can make.
Absolutely. And you know, I mean, you know when to autocorrect me. You know, it's like, oh, take that back. Like, you know when to snap. Like, boom, take that back. Take that back. You didn't mean that. You know, it's like, yeah, you're right, Rodney. Why did I say that? You know, it's like, because you've been in that corner. You know, just like all of us have. And you know when to say something, when to interject, and that's what I love about you, man.
Thank you, Kurt. Thank
Absolutely, I agree with Curtis and Cece's. She's the way like she taught me like about not being saying anything negative. Like I've been like says she's like I'm like wow, and like it just got corrected over and over that like you don't that's mm-mm. And so yeah, and I agree that Rodney's like the same way.
It's I can't even begin to. This is great. You know, this is fireside chat. This is right. Like Curdy said it earlier. It's like sitting around the table with you guys, and it's miles may be between us, but it's awesome,
We all family,
right?
Brian. That's all.
Right.
We
Well,
all
that's it,
family.
right?
Some of us know some things that other of us don't, and like me, I like learning everything. I want to know everything. I mean, I know I can't possibly know everything, but I'm that person that's like, oh, you learn this? Oh,
Yeah.
I want to go learn that. Oh, you learn? I want to go. Oh, so I'm like a big kid. I'm maybe old, but I'm a kid. And so I like learning, and like I said, that's what lands me on your page all the time, Brian, is because I want to learn more about gardening because that has been a thing, and animal husbandry and all that kind of stuff. Because I'm a city girl, okay. You know, because if you even take me to the forum, I'll probably be dressed inappropriately, and I'll tell you, but I'm sorry, this is how I dress on the forum. I don't know about y'all, okay? Because I'll probably have an outfit for the forum.
So, so it just occurs to me. I wonder how many of you would come up here if you knew that you were going to see Lois in a pair of rubber boots.
Oh wow.
Man, there was some decent badass rubber boots. I'm gonna tell you that. There'll be some badass rubber boots. You'll be like, wait a minute, you ain't gonna go on the forum with those boys.
Designer rubber boots.
Right?
Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
We'll get
But you said Lois.
a bedazzled
You
cap.
said Lois. You don't.
Sorry, Curtis. Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, it was wrong.
You don't do designer stuff though, do you? Or something like that. I remember you talking about the way you shop. It's like I you said it was very unique. It was or it's very like it's all about. It's not what I don't know. No, I don't know what you're talking about. So maybe just saving money. I think you said or
Well,
something. It was like
for me, I shop
mhm.
how I feel. Okay, when I wear clothes,
Okay,
I dress the way I feel. I might
okay.
feel. I'm gonna say it like this, and this gonna date me. I might want to feel funky fresh, so I might
hmm
want to wear some loud ass colors and some.
Right,
Yeah, I
dynamic.
get it.
Yeah,
But it doesn't look clown like when I wear it.
right,
Okay, they be
right.
walk up to me and say, "Oh my damn girl!" I mean, I got so many compliments in Chicago
Yeah.
for dressing Chicago, and
Wow.
I ain't never been to Chicago.
Wow.
But evidently, I knew what to wear. You know, so
Yeah.
for me, is when I shop, I do wear designer stuff, but I do not pay the designer prices. I refuse
Gotcha.
to. because I
Right.
watched my dad be on stage all the time, and then we're all that designer stuff. And then mom said, "You don't have to pay for the designer stuff if you learn how to look like you designed it yourself." And I was like, "Oh,
Oh
okay."
wow.
So I had a good mother that showed me how to put a secondhand stove $5 shirt with a $300 pair of pants, okay, and make it look
Uh-huh.
like I'm $1,000,000. So for me,
Yeah.
it's like if I go to the farm or wherever I go, I mean, I got overalls. I do have overalls because I like that look. I'll look like I just came from a hoedown, okay, because I have that look. I have the shingles and the cowboy boots because I dress how I feel. And I said some of the clothes I haven't been able to wear because I haven't went to the place where I want to wear them, like a farm, okay?
Yeah.
Or like a hold down, okay? Because
There
I
you
got
go.
the new boots I just bought that got the shingles on it. And I got the vest with the shingles and and the belt with the shingles. And I'm waiting for my friends to say, "Hey, Lois, we going to country western line dancing," and I'm gonna don that stuff, okay? I just like unique stuff. That's all. I like unique
Yes.
stuff,
Yeah, I
and
believe it. I believe it.
you know, and it's about and that's why I said I don't post pictures because every time I start posting pictures, people start making different comments like, "Where'd you get this? Where'd you get that?" And sometimes I don't want to say,
Right.
"Pick and save." You know?
Yeah, it's like
I'll let you have the illusion. Okay, let
yeah.
you have the illusion. Oh my God, she must spend a fortune on her clothes. No, I spend wisely because I don't even like to shop.
Right. That's what another thing you said. You didn't like to shop. I thought
No,
it was interesting.
no,
Well,
I don't.
but you said you like to do it. You like to go into the stores though and feel it and all that. You don't like to do it online, though, do you?
Well, I've tried doing it online, and
Hmm.
it's to me, it's a waste of time because I end up having to send the stuff back. I need to
Right.
actually touch the stuff, put it against my skin to see if
Hmm.
it itches me, to see, to see what's going on with it. I can't just now if it like when I needed to get the dress that I needed to marry my nephew in, when I was officiating, and I because I hadn't gotten a officiant outfit, okay. I did go to the store. The store didn't have my size, so I went online and ordered it. Okay.
Mm.
But I'm one of those people because I have a different type of shape. I'm gonna say that different type of shape. I just can't order off the rack type of stuff. It has to be designed in a way in which it stretches in certain parts and gives and pulls in, and so I have to try on the clothes. That's one reason when I like shopping because I don't like doing all that extraness. But I don't like grocery shopping either. Any other kind of
Me
shopping.
neither.
Okay. So it's just a matter of for me, I consult my angels. I'm gonna say it like that. I consult my angels and I put into my head what it is I'm looking for, and then I go in the store and they zero in on it for me because that's what they did for me when I was in Chicago and somebody invited me to go out dancing and I didn't bring no dancing outfit. So
Mm.
I said, "Okay, Spirit, I bought these boots with me and these are dressy enough to say I'm going out. Show me what to buy." And he said, "Okay, buy a burgundy shirt and whatever." I was like, "Okay." And I go in the store and I'm looking. I'm like, "I don't see anything." And then just as I get ready to leave, here this burgundy blouse in my size, the only one on sale. I grab it because that's how that works for me. So when I need something, I go look for it, and it's always there, and I don't necessarily have to pay the big price. Now the thing was priced at $89. I got it for $7.99. Okay, so that's the kind of shopping I
Right.
do.
So
It's spiritual shopping.
earlier today, I was talking to Cece, and one of the things that she wants to do when she comes up is she wants us to take her fishing. And one of the types of fishing we do is we go off the wharf and we catch what you probably buy in the store as sole, but it's flounder. It's a flatfish and juicy, like nice white sweet meat. Anyway, on the way down there, it occurs to me that there are two there are two uh, what we call Frenchies stores, and they are second-hand clothing stores that it's actually a lot of the clothes comes in from the U.S. But if it hadn't have been for those stores when we were growing up, a lot of us would have been running around with our bottoms sticking out. But they are in some cases, like the clothes still have labels. Some of them still have tags on them. So Lois, when you come up and Cece comes up and we're going down on our fishing trip, we're going to be stopping at those two stores, and you can give us all how, you can teach us all how to dress.
See, and the thing is, I'm laughing about it, but I don't mind because that's something that I do, that I actually do. I actually take people and I take them shopping and we do a makeover if they got somewhere special. And then I actually do the hair, the makeup. I do a lot of stuff. That's why I said, Curdy, you just cut me short. But no, I'm on thinking, oh, she's just spiritual. No, I do a lot of stuff. I do makeovers. I help people
No,
feel good
I
about
never did
themselves in
that.
all kinds of ways. Planting stuff is the only weakness that I'm aware of, that I know that I have not been able to master, even though I've tried several times. Now, the farming stuff, never been on the farm, want to go on the farm, never been fishing because I got to think about, I want to see it in the package.
It's surprising, Lois. No,
Because
seriously,
I don't want
it's
to see it
surprising.
die. I don't want to see it die. It's not about
Yeah.
like, I just don't like watching the stuff die.
It
And I don't,
surprised me. See, no, it just surprised me. That's all. And I think it's great. I think it's terrific. My battery died, so
That's
I
what
was
it was.
just able
Okay.
to come back up.
Right on.
Yeah,
Right on.
but
yeah,
um,
so when I would when I do, I'm gonna talk to CC and see if she want to take a trip to Nova Scotia
she
this summer.
does. She
Okay,
does because I'm supposed to come up there too.
okay, because I would like, like I said, I would like the farm experience, and I would like to go
Get
fishing
on the
because I've
bus.
never been fishing. But I watched everybody go on camping trips and go fishing and do all that stuff, but I was the
Oh
kid that
my
was the oldest
god!
daughter that had to work and keep the house, and so
I
I didn't get to do all the fun stuff.
I can see the title already. Camping with
Yeah,
Lois.
right. No. Not camping with Lois. Glamping with Lois.
There it
Glamp.
is.
Okay,
You
they're
say that
glamping.
right. That's
All
right,
right.
Brian.
Yes, I'll
That's
take
what it
that.
is.
And one of
Yes.
one of the Ron must have to drop out. One of the things that here at the Barn property, and I haven't said a whole lot about it yet because it's actually the so the mom over there is the mom over there is living there. It's the daughter who's kind of managing the place, and the daughter's name is Betty. Now Betty is planning, and possibly as soon as this summer, to have a glamping experience there, and um, she's hoping. Now she's kind of wondering what they're going to do, but she's hoping to build a little cottage, um, you know, and kind of turn that into a glamping experience where they'll be able to come and, you know, receive a basket when they arrive, and that's going to have some nice stuff in it, and then they'll be able to come out and kind of walk the farm property and get a little tour of the pastures and the animals walking in between the pastures, where without ever knowing any of this, I've been creating walkways because I wanted her mom, who's a senior lady, to be able to walk her property because she enjoys being there and watching the animals. And the whole thing is really turning into like almost a little park, which is also maybe going to have a glamping experience added to it. So we got a place for it.
That's
I want,
awesome.
I want the glamping experience, but I also want the real farm experience. I want to get my hands dirty. I want to milk the cow. I want to stop the goats. I mean the pigs. I want to, you know what I mean? I really want the experience, but I just don't want to have the camping where you're sleeping on the ground and all that stuff. I
Right?
want to be able to, when I'm finished with the goats and the pigs and the sheep, I want to go get in the shower.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
And watch the
Now,
animal off me.
now,
You know what I
now
mean? It's
the shower maybe out back, outside, but an actual like outdoor shower.
Using rainwater.
Yeah,
How's that?
See, that's different. See, that's an experience. No, I'm
right.
just serious.
Oh, you have
I
your
don't have
king
a
around
problem with
you.
new
Nobody will see you.
experiences.
I
Yeah,
don't.
no, that's how like I'm doing modern day hippies. That's like the whole part of my process with on my fireside. And I'm happy and glad to collab with Brian and Rod and Ron and Anthony and D Grant.
You-
It's just music, mind, body, and soul. You know,
Did you
it's
say you're hippie and
but
glad?
yeah, sure. I'm a modern day hippie. Yeah. But I mean, I'll take that rainwater, and you know, it could be now. It'd be over the summertime because I know that water would be
Yeah,
warm,
right.
but it won't be. You know, I'm not coming up there in the wintertime trying to take a shower. Hell no.
Hey, I took one the first
But
of the week. It was my spring bath.
there you go.
Cold showers are refreshing. There's a lot of there's a lot of benefit to taking cold showers.
That's true. You're very right. Yes, and ice baths.
In the
Yeah.
in the old days here, they used to joke and say, the took a bath twice a year, whether we needed it or not. A spring bath and a fall bath.
Hey, Ronnie, you'll like this one. Guess what I got today?
What'd you get?
I got a something to hold my camera or my cell
Oh,
phone.
tripod. Yes.
Yeah, tripod. I got that. My mom's like, "What's this?" I'm like, that's so I don't break my crystal singing bowl." Because
I'm proud of you. 'cause
when my physical therapist came over this morning, I was waiting. She was like 10 minutes late, which wasn't a problem. And I'm just like meditating. And I actually, when I was meditating, I got my blood pressure down from 160 over 80 the day before down to 134 over 68.
Nice.
So I really believe in that stuff, right? So I ended up having my crystal pyramid and I was knocking that around, and then it dropped onto my one bowl, and I'm like, oh crap.
You are the bad news bears. Of
Yes. And everything
sound
worked out well.
modality
She's like, did
instruments
I
and tools.
interrupt something? And I'm like, no, but I'm very bad at crystal singing bowls and crystal altogether. So I'm clumsy. Anyway, so yeah, she's like, oh, my daughter does this stuff because it was like doing a sound bath. So I was like, yeah, my tripod's coming later today, and then I can put my camera in. Then of course, everybody can see me playing bowls and all that stuff. So
Does it have the light?
setup.
It has a light.
No, I didn't get the one with the light. Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. I didn't get the one with the light. I don't. Yeah. I don't need everybody seeing my imperfections in my face. That's why Lois will come in and give me some makeup makeovers because I do wear makeup.
Sorry.
No, look at his profile picture. Do you think that's real? Yeah,
No,
that profile
Curdy,
picture has a lot of makeup in it.
Wow, I get tan.
I believe you, Curdy, because you got to realize that I had a daddy on stage all the time. Now, he didn't necessarily wear makeup, but people who he worked with did because those stage lights would ruin their skin. That's another reason why I make my own skincare products because I don't like my skin. I know I'm older, but my skin doesn't have to age. Not if I take care of it.
When I first saw you, I would have never guessed your age. I would have thought you were just a few years older than I was. Seriously.
And Lois, you're not old. You're seasoned. You are you are more seasoned. You are not old. You're one of the furthest things from old.
Well, you know what? I know that because my daughter teases me because she said, "Mom, you don't want to get involved with none of your neighbors," and I tell her they're too old. No, that's how because everybody is around in my neighborhood because it's a senior community. Everybody resolved that when you got a certain age, you're supposed to get sit on the porch and drink sweet tea,
lemonade.
Yeah, and it's like I'm going dancing. I'm going around. My mother's like, I don't know what y'all doing. I thought I was trying to have fun, not to
what I love about
sit here
it.
and wait to die.
When I hear about you dancing, I could totally see it. My ex-wife's mother was the same way.
Well, you probably imagine it differently than it looks. I'm gonna say that because I don't dance like old people either. Okay.
No. I mean,
Walk it like
you're a club. You're in the club, I'm sure.
No, but yeah, so for me, it's life. I know I'm older, and it's been fun. It was fun this weekend though when I was going to Chicago. Oh my God, I tripped people out. It was so funny because me and my daughter was together, and she's 39, and they thought we were sisters, and she started playing with people. I mean, I don't know. We do that sometimes. Well, you just mess with folk. I mean,
Yeah.
don't y'all mess with people for the hell of it? No.
Which
Well, it's
which
like
one
that's like flirting with life. That's what it is. It's flirting with life when you do that.
was that?
But it's
Charente or
not. But it's not. It's nothing mean. It's nothing bad or
Right.
anything like.
Right.
no? Yeah.
It's just that we find it funny when people think that we're sisters or that I'm her age, and we have fun with it.
Oh yeah.
We have fun with it, and it's funny to me because we leave the situation and I'm sorry, we'll say some stuff that's not so nice, like look that food or that N word. Thought he was doing, you know. Because we're just being real people, and the thing is that I don't know, I take good care of myself, so therefore I don't worry about what anybody has to think, and I call myself old because I am older, and I don't mind. I do not mind. I am grateful to be the age I am because I don't have to be here. Okay.
Right.
And so I'm gonna take care of myself as long as I can. If that means making my own skincare line, doing whatever I got to do so I can be here longer, or look my best longer, or whatever it is, I'm gonna do that, and I'm not gonna let nothing stop me or nobody stop me. Because some people, well, you don't need to wear makeup. No, I may not need to, but what if I want to? How about that shit?
Yeah, well, like I have no shame in wearing makeup. Trust me. Like I'm like, well, the weatherman wears makeup. So does everybody else that's on the news or whatever. Like when you see them outside of the place. Whatever. No, I mean I don't wear it as much as I used to. Just because I want everybody to see me for the real. But when I want to get a nice photo in or something like that, yeah, I'll throw it on. I mean, I'm not wearing like eyelashes or like wearing a skirt or anything like that.
So you're not the pretty boy. Oh, it is the pretty boy, Kurt. Okay, no, but no, I know, but I do understand,
Yeah.
Kurt, because like I said, because I come from that type of family where the show business is in my blood, but
Yeah.
I come from that type of family and where I've seen all types of things and people from all walks of life, because a lot of the people that my dad played with were the Ike and Tina Turners and the Temptations and
Whoa.
Lou Rawls and all
Oh
those people. I
man.
don't talk about that stuff because that's not my
No,
history. That's my daddy's
What did
history.
he
that's
play?
right.
Oh, my daddy was one of the baddest drummers known to man.
Awesome.
He was in the class of a Max Roach and all that kind of stuff. So my dad
Oh
was,
man.
and he was self-taught, So
Wow.
and he was studio musician, so he played with a whole bunch of acts that he didn't get credit for. And the
Hmm.
reason why he didn't make his own is because when he got a chance to sign the contract, I'm just say like this: he found out that Quincy Jones was gay. And he wasn't
Whoa.
playing that game, and he wasn't gonna play
No
that
way.
game. Okay, I know I'm serious. I'm very serious. And
Oh my
now it has come
goodness.
out that that's what they do in the music business, and that this is, Quincy Jones got a wife just so that he can give the appearance of normalcy. So
Right.
my daddy told me stuff before it came out to prime time. So
Oh
I
my
watched a lot.
goodness.
That's why I didn't develop the singing and all the stuff I used to do as a kid. I told you I'm not a one trick pony. Okay.
Well, come on. I know.
Yeah, Curtis. She's not a one trick pony.
I know. She's a
But
three-trick pony.
no, Curtis, you always shocked when you hear me say something different
No.
other than something spiritual,
Oh no, well, no, not necessarily, Lois. Honestly, like I know you're open minded and you come from a great place of the heart. So no, seriously, and I mean that with in all honesty.
All right. Well, thank you. And I like to mess with you because
I know
you
you are messing
always
with me
got to
right now
you
because I'm
always
like,
say no
what?
because every
You're
time you find out I'm doing
squishing me
something
down,
different, you're like,
squishing me
wait a minute,
behind
I heard Lois. Wait, what are you doing there? You're not supposed to be there. And I'm thinking, I can be anywhere I
I
want to
hear
be.
you.
Anybody else
I
just
hear you.
But
waiting for
anyway, I
Cootie to
have
dig
to really
himself
be
a
a little
deeper
bit.
hole?
Yeah. All right. I'll stop. I'm gonna mute.
Right.
The Lois, when you're
Uh-huh.
making your cosmetics, do you use any herbs in those?
My oils that are all in one oil in the scrub that I use are all 100% natural, organic, cold press oils that come from the botanical. So it's called Botanical Beauty because the oils I make are for any race, any creed, any color because we all got the same stuff that makes up our
Right,
cells.
right,
And we all need the same nutrition. So it could be called skin
right.
nutrition
These,
because it increases the collagen, increases the cell regeneration, it reduces the wrinkles. I look younger now than I did when I was 45. Okay, because I've been using this now. I've been making it for about 10
well, no, I
years.
thought you were only
You know,
29.
you so sweet. But yeah, so it actually does a lot to increase, and it's not just for your skin; it's for your hair. It's one oil. It has 30 different botanicals in it.
Right?
I know essential oils and more heavier carrier oils like your grapeseed, your coconut, your shea butter, your avocado. We talking food. You can eat what I put on my face.
Well, I can't put it in my hair because I don't have any. So
No, well, I'm just saying, even if you don't have any, and then you're getting your head is being exposed, your bald head is being exposed to the sun, it will
yes,
protect your bald head. Or you won't get
Oh, I
the
didn't think about that. Jeez.
No, I'm
That's what
serious.
I
it's
think
I'm
called
about
the
being
serious.
Chrome
bald.
Dome. Yeah. No, I
Yeah.
get it.
And
Yeah, it's not.
it might even grow your hair back because the
Oh
women are
snap!
telling me that the women and the beautician that I have that's a regular client, she gets it because it helps her clients' hair grow and they get their and we're black people, so we get our natural curl pattern back after having put
Right.
all the chemicals on our hair for years. So
Yes.
it it's like I said, it's revolutionary, but like I said, I only sell it when God tell me to. I haven't put it out in the public and all that other kind of stuff because I just, it's packaged and labeled, but I just haven't got that far yet. Because if I produce it, I want to produce it where the people can white label. And white
Yeah.
labeling is just where they take my formula, because you can take my formula and you can put it with some sunscreen and you have you a better skincare sunscreen. You can take my formula and put it with your own shampoo and you make your shampoo work better. You know what I mean? It's not like,
Yep.
oh, you got to use it like this. So no, you can take it and it's a base because it has 30 different botanicals in it. It's a base for any beauty product.
Yeah.
So
No. And I understand what you're saying with botanicals because, truthfully, like 20 years ago when I started losing my hair, I worked for Disney World, and the hairdresser, because you have to have a certain look when you work for Disney, especially working with like clients that are like very, have shitload of money, to say it that way. But I started putting in, and my hair did start rejuvenating. But then
Pretty,
I only worked there for 9
pretty.
months.
I
So.
never really thought of you as Mickey Mouse.
stop. Well, my
I
daughter
did
worked.
try to play him once, but yeah, it wasn't happening.
No, my daughter worked for Disney for 13 years. The one that passed away, and she traveled with them and did all different things. And she was like the what do you call it, celebrity tour guide type when she
Oh,
worked at the
wow.
park. And
Yeah.
then she started writing for Disney, and then she ended up in Shanghai opening the Disney. So she did had a lot of work.
Oh snap!
She,
Okay.
like I said, she was
Wow.
instrumental. Like I said, my Brianna was exceptional.
Yeah.
She had a lot of work that she did with them, and Disney did have a certain look that you had to maintain, but they didn't care if
And,
you wore a wig to maintain it. So that's what I was going to tell
That's
you.
right. Yeah.
and
They,
she was considered a cast member, right? That's what it's called.
she
Yes.
was a
Cast member.
cast member.
Yeah.
Yeah, no matter what position she held, she was still considered a cast member. Even when she was in personnel and training and recruiting, she was still considered a cast member. So, and they have some very backwards ways about
Yeah,
them.
I
Put
They
it
bet.
like,
do. Yes.
okay.
Yeah.
and it's not very, I'm gonna say this, like, it's not very black centered. Okay, I'm gonna put it like that,
Right.
because it took she worked there for 12 years. The last year she worked there, she was able to wear her hair in braids.
Oh my goodness.
So all that time she had to keep getting her hair done. I didn't want to put her more chemicals on her hair because I maintained her hair from the time she was a child. So I just told her, I'm moving, so you got to find a beautician. So she would go somewhere. But I made the hair stuff, so the beautician started using it, and then she wanted to buy it. So so because she said, "Oh my God, this works so good," But anyway, yeah. So I understand the Disney look, but Disney didn't care whether you wore a wig or not. That you didn't have to grow no hair back. And the thing is, I don't know. It's for me. It's not more vanity, is in me taking care of myself and taking care of my skin, because when I got sick, all those medications and all those drugs they were giving me
Right.
caused me to get acne. I never had acne as a child, as a teenager, but I got acne on my back from medications
Oh.
and those chemicals that were in the hair and the skincare lines and the perfumes and the alcohol. All that stuff messed my skin up. And part of me getting healthy was, how can I restore my skin? What the hell, And then I started with one item that was natural, and God told me to add another, add another, add another. Now it's up to 30 ingredients, well balanced. And like I said, Cecilia, I'm gonna say this. Cece, I gave her a sample of it when I was in Colorado, and she used it up, and she figured, I'm gonna make me some. She said she made it and it turned green and rotten.
I know she was using it though. I know she was.
Yeah.
She loved it. She loves it.
Oh, and it worked really good, because I could see the difference in her face from the beginning when I gave it to her, and when
Hmm.
and I have people who have the hair that are Caucasian, who have the hair brittle, dry, icky type of thing going on. And I tell them, put it on at night, put your little cap on, wake up in the morning, wash your hair, blow dry it, and you'll see the difference. They blow dry it. Oh my God, it's like I went to the beauty shop. So it
Right.
works for everybody. It doesn't matter what skin or hair type you have, because it's 100% natural ingredients, and I didn't water it down with alcohols and parabens and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
And the
all
drug is
those
made
extra
from,
ingredients.
yeah,
Yeah,
and the
it's
drug is
I,
made
all it does is dry you out. So
yeah,
I just want
dry
I just
you
to, I
learned.
want to take a minute.
Go ahead.
I'm
I
sorry.
want to take just a
Yeah.
minute and welcome
Uh,
Sonia. Hi, Sonia. I see you just entered the room.
hi, Sonia.
I always invite everybody to speak if you want to. You don't have to, but I'm just sending you an invitation just so you're welcome.
I just learned that. I just learned that fragrances can be like they're harmful. I didn't know that. I didn't know. Like I haven't. I'm gonna stop using the cologne I used to use because they can even be hormone disruptors. That's what it said. These fragrances and stuff. And moisturizers too. I didn't know that. I just didn't know that.
Well, I didn't know until I had the experience of some of the beauty chemicals. I say chemicals now.
Hmm.
The beauty products
Hmm.
started tearing my skin up and drying me out and doing all that other kind of stuff.
right.
So my biggest thing was to find an alternative of what was happening. So my first thing was to buy something they were advertising on TV, and the stuff worked. I think it was something by Sidney Crawford or something. And then I read the ingredients, and I was like, I'll be fucked. I can go to the drugstore and pay $3 and get this ingredient. And that's what I did. And it worked. So I was like, ooh, and then I
Nice.
found out more. So the whole thing is that we we do perish when we don't have knowledge. I'm gonna tell you that.
That's
Like just
right.
like my plants do, except for the ones in the backyard right now. But we do perish when we don't have the information. But when I got the information, I put the information with what I already knew and my own scientific research, and began just testing things to see if they would have a profound effect. And if they didn't, I left them out. If they did, I kept them in till now. Like I said, it's kind of like a miracle thing, but like I said, I keep it hush hush undercover, because that's just me right now, until I can find somebody to manufacture 'em and do it. But then they said, well, you got to pay for this, you got to, and I'm thinking, you know what? I'll just keep making it myself, and I'll just sell it exclusively to friends and family.
There you go.
And that's what I've been doing for the last 8 years anyway. So, uh, And like I said, I've never had nobody's had a problem. I just make sure nobody has allergies to any of these botanicals. And you're right, Ron, about the fragrances that they put in there, because there are some flowery and woodsy fragrances that actually mess with my allergies. Somebody sprayed a perfume on the plane. I don't know why somebody thought they could play perfume on the plane. Maybe somebody
Right.
might have farted. Who knows? But the whole plane reeked of this perfume. And by the time I got off the plane, my cleared up nose was all stopped up. And I'm thinking, okay, I just got to get away from this perfume. And it didn't
Right.
stink. But to me, it stank because it made me feel sick.
Yeah.
So yeah, so some fragrances aren't good for you, and I don't add any fragrances to it because your lemon your lemon oil and your lemongrass and your patchouli, all those different things that may be in this oil, okay, have its own fragrance, and when you put them together, they act synchronistically. You know,
Okay. But the only thing about it is, for me, there's not like a natural type cologne that smells good. At least I haven't found
well,
one
make
yet.
one like me and my daughter Brianna did. See, and that was the other thing. Me and
Okay.
Brianna used to be like me. She liked to experiment. So we smell a fragrance, and then and once I started making the oils, she started buying essential oils, and
Mhm.
she figured out how to make some of our fragrances without making them allergic
Wow.
to us. So I can't find her fragrance book though. I've been looking since she died. Where is that
Oh.
book? Because she makes this one. She called it Mom's Signature Fragrance, and I can't find it to remake it right now because I've been looking for it. It's probably in storage and stuff that I didn't haven't went
Mhm.
through yet because I still haven't had the I haven't had the oomph, and I don't say oomph because it's not courage, because I have courage, but I haven't had the
Right.
oomph to be able to go into storage and finish going through all their stuff and getting rid of stuff and all that kind of,
Lloyd.
Right.
But yeah, so the whole thing is that we do what we can. We do what we can when we
Mhm.
can, and yeah, I don't. I'm not. I'm mess with Curdy again. Not one trick pony, Curdy. I love
Yeah,
messing with him because
Curtis.
he gets so
Chill.
defensive.
You're killing me. You're killing me over here, huh?
In the crosshairs once again.
It's all right. I'll take it
Yeah,
from Lois.
Trying
I'll
to,
take it
Jeff.
from Lois any day.
I love you, Curdy. It's all
I know
good.
you
It's
do.
all good. And Sonia, come up. I would like to talk to you
I,
too. I haven't seen you in forever and a
I think she's
Sunday.
trying to, but I'm
Okay.
having trouble approving it for some reason. Oh, there she
Oh,
is.
okay.
Are you there,
I'm
Sonia?
here. I'm here. Cool. I didn't know this was a hangout.
It is tonight.
Awesome.
Loving it.
Hey, great to see everyone here,
Good
of
to see
course,
you,
or at
Sonya.
least hear everyone. So, um, yeah, how's everybody? Oh my goodness, this is great. And of course, I love perfumes, but yeah, I tend to go the natural way too, just because. I
Right.
mean, once in a while, you dab on Chanel and stuff like that, but but I prefer the flowery stuff. Like, there's really nice. Like when I was down in New Orleans and stuff like that, they have the perfume place. What are those called again?
The
Perfumery.
perfumeries.
Yes, those are beautiful. They can combine the scent for you,
Mm-hmm.
which is kind of like it's like I think it's really pure thing stuff. I think
Good idea.
and of course you are paying for it. Yeah, so that was really nice. I mean, like I understand about the oil, and I use it because recently more of I use the oil from the cloves and combine it with the olive oils for the pain because that's Ruby's formula for my thing that I've been experiencing. Yeah, some of the pain that I had, right? But it went away and it was just like cleared up everything. So that was nice. And of course, if you guys are having, trouble sleeping and stuff like that, and, I learned recently that you can also, not only do the meditation, but also, lighting up the lamp, the oil lamp, which is like usually
Mm.
like a nice oil, whether it's sesame oil. This is what I use with the cotton wick and a nice little lamp and not like fancy lamp, but those little thing that you can just put oil and then cotton wick in there. It's just beautiful, and you sleep like a baby. And because I do the clearings every night, and so I don't have dreams and stuff like that because that's how you Am I off topic? Yes,
No,
I
no,
am.
no,
Well,
no,
we're
no.
talking about decent
You
oil,
no,
girl,
you're
dripping
great. You're
everywhere.
great. The
Here I go.
this is this is kind of just it's a fireside chat. I'm Brian. Hi, nice to meet you, Sonia.
I'm Briden.
Um,
Yeah,
Sonia,
great.
you're not off topic at
no,
all. Like this, we're sitting around the kitchen
that's
table.
exactly it.
Yeah.
We're at the
About to
farmhouse.
finish with
We're
dinner,
sitting around the kitchen
What's
and we're at
table.
the
everybody
farmhouse. Yeah.
drinking? Huh? No, I was kidding.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, I'm drinking a Jack and Coke, definitely. I'm just feeling really good. I get to that zone where it's like I'm just listening and I'm just like, yeah, just feeling so
Right.
good.
So
Yeah,
Wow.
that's
so
nice. Great to
Sonia,
meet you as well,
And it's
I
Brian.
used,
crazy because
used
we're
to
all
ask me what
from
y'all
wisdom.
right?
smoking. I can say
We
Yeah,
all,
I
I
know,
can tell you
right?
what I'm
Hang out.
smoking.
whatever you got to do.
Yeah.
Whatever you got to do to
Yeah,
get
I
through.
was curious
I need
on the
some gum.
title, of course, the Briden Farmside chat. I was talking to Coy earlier because he does, not earlier, but a couple of months back. But he does the farm thing. So I was like, oh, this is cool. I love chats about going raw and organic and all of these things. This is what I'm hoping to be able to do, right? Have a place where you can plant stuff, right? And just do it that way. Just in the future, just because what we're doing now to the environment and soil and all these contaminations that's happening all around, right? Especially in, I think, the recent train railing and stuff like that, it's going to be there for generations, the chemical spills, right? And those are really like something that that kind of like, if I can do something like definitely this is kind of like something that I would like to do, to be able to help out those kind of things, right? But I mean, yes, I'm little me, right? You gotta start somewhere, right?
What
But
what what state are you in, Sonia?
I mean, Canada, eh?
Oh,
I'm sorry.
me too.
I mean,
No, Nova Scotia.
yeah, I mean, really, yeah. I think, yeah, I remember you said something
So
on one of the wisdom
right.
talk, and
So which
yeah,
province?
I'm in
Oh
BC,
yes,
so
okay. Yeah, you're jogging my memory now. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
The
Yeah, because I listen to your of course talks, and sometimes you did do a guest and stuff like that. So definitely know about you. And
nice.
is it like a dairy farm that you have,
No,
or
we
no?
actually have yes and no. We're just small. We started a homestead in 2020, and
Okay.
we have goats, pigs, chickens, rabbits, Muscovy ducks, dogs, cats. The and we do regenerative farming, rotational pastures. I'm moving
Yeah,
my
I
hands
love
too much,
that.
aren't I, Tigre? So that was actually our 18-year-old. She come up to see Dad probably before she goes to sleep, and that
18.
yeah,
Wow.
she turned 18 on the 13th of September. So I have a question for Sonia and Lois or anybody else that can answer it. The I know that you can make. I never have, but I know that you can take your herbs or whatever and put that in vodka or alcohol and
Mhm.
make a perfume or cologne. Any experience in that?
Well, that's what me and my daughter Brianna used to do. We would get the essential oils and we'd figure out what our our top note was, and our bottom note was, whether it's woodsy or whether it's floral. Once we mixed the oils to get what we wanted, we would have to get the grain alcohol or over 100 proof stuff. If you drink it, it would bring
Whoa.
a hole in your chest. No, I'm just
Right.
joking. I don't drink, so I don't really drink, so it would burn a hole in everything for me. But if you drink it, it really, really strong. So you don't drink it. You either use it to make the alcohol I was say, or leach the stuff perfume out of the actual plant. Now, for me and Brianna, what we would use the alcohol for was once we had the oil base, we mix it with the alcohol, and then it would have to sit in there for so long for it to infuse the alcohol. So you couldn't. The fragrance was there, the smell was there, but it had to sit on a shelf for a little while for it to marinate, kind of like you're cooking. It was like cooking because it was mixing ingredients and then or canning. You know, I haven't done canning before, but I've heard of how people do canning where they put it all together
Mm.
and then they got to put the wax on and they put it in the cabinet or whatever, and it has to sit for so many months in order for it to get infused and be just right. And you take it out as good fruit or a good preserve or whatever. It was kind of like that. And after so many, the perfume that she made for me, it took 3 months to cure. You know, and it lasts. You can spray it on you, and you can wash the clothes, and you can still smell the perfume because it was made with the essential oils. And we gave it a long enough time to sit before we started using it. Now, when if you use it too soon, the alcohol evaporates and you don't get the fragrance. You just the alcohol evaporate. It's like going to buy that stuff for $5 at the store. You know, it's mostly water and a little bit of perfume oil. And after you put it on, you either got to spray a ton of it on, okay, and hope it lasts, or you spray it on and it goes away. That's because it hasn't been cured yet. So yeah, me and my daughter, I'm kind of like I like chemistry. I like a lot of stuff. I don't know. Maybe that's why I'm still young in my head because I like to do a lot of stuff and a lot of stuff interests me. So yeah, so we used alcohol for that because perfume is mostly alcohol. Like when I was away this week and I needed to clean something that had heavy oil on it, I didn't have any alcohol and I wasn't going to the store in that cold. I'm sorry, Chicago was cold to go buy no alcohol. So I took my perfume, I sprayed some on a cotton ball and cleaned the oil off. Off of whatever I had to do because I know alcohol is alcohol, whether it got perfume in it or
Right.
not.
Yeah,
Let's go.
no,
I know nothing about those things. Okay.
Right, what'd you say, Sonia?
I said I know nothing about that. So
okay,
Brian, yeah, I'm just answering you that part because you asked me.
right,
Because I'm just like following. If I need to make something, I will Google it and just do it. But
right.
if I need to,
Ron had
but other
mentioned
than that,
about wanting to get away from, I'm assuming, the more chemical colognes and things because they can be bad. Like sometimes people have allergies to flowers and things, but the chemicals that are in some of the crap is deadly too,
Yeah, I miss it. I love my Eternity for Men. I mean, that was my
right?
scent, my signature
The,
scent. And now I got to find something because those chemicals are so
so
bad.
But all you
Um,
got to do though, Ryan, for that one, all you
mhm,
got to do is you look up Eternity for Men, find out
mhm,
what are the top notes and bottom notes, what essential herb, what essential oils are in it, and then
mhm.
you formulate your own. Because the thing is that the alcohol, the oil, when you put the alcohol in the oil don't stain your clothes no more. That's one. Okay. Then you got to let it sit with the oil for a while. So you could actually make your own that just has alcohol in it. Because it might be just one part of your fragrance that disagrees with you. Like my daughter was making me that fragrance that was like Red Door, but not Red Door because I love that smell, but that smell makes me sneeze,
Right.
you know. So
Yeah.
you have to you have to like sample the situation. You can go on Amazon and buy.
Sounds so easy, Lois.
It is easy. It
so what do you
is
think about all
easy.
this? Kurt,
I hate
like
chemistry.
Rodney and Kurt hasn't participated, so I wanted to know what men are doing for their perfume.
we, we started
It's
out
like
with Lois.
it's like cooking though, for real, for real.
We wear cologne, as I call it.
Ron, Ron, you said you like cooking. If you like cooking,
Oh, that's
you
right.
will like doing this because
That's
all
right.
this is like cooking. A little drop of this, 2 drops of that,
Hmm.
and then you write down what you're putting in there so that you can
Okay.
recreate it. That's why I can't find. That's why I couldn't recreate my daughter's the one she made for me because I can't find her two drops of this oil, 1 drop of that, or I can't find
Hmm.
it. But it took her a while to make the formula that smelled just like what I like that broke me. I mean, that
Wow.
had me sneezing and stuff. So, but it is. It's like cooking. It may say 2 drops of peppermint, 1 drop of lemongrass, 1 drop of shoot. I don't know. There's so many different.
Yeah.
What I would what I would do, and I
Yeah.
haven't done this. I've thought about it a lot over the years, and I've never done it. But what I would do is I'd grab my vodka. I don't drink, so I don't have vodka, and that's probably one reason I haven't done it. But I'd take my vodka, and I would go and I'd get a vanilla bean and maybe a sprig of rosemary, and depending on what scent you like. But keep it simple. Take your vodka, put in like probably a sprig of rosemary. There was another one I thought of a few minutes ago, possibly ginger. Anyway, and just keep it simple. 2 or 3 things. Take that and probably, like Lois said, because it needs to age. Take that and probably set aside for 3 months and see what happens. And
Really cool. I did not know.
I wonder, Lois, would you have to would that have to be in an airtight bottle?
When you're doing it, it doesn't have to be. It has to be closed. Yes. So I guess it is airtight, but it doesn't have to be hermetically sealed or nothing. But it needs to be in a dark blue or a dark brown, amber colored bottle. It can't be in a clear or a plastic bottle because the oil would degrade the plastic, and the sunlight and the light will degrade the oil. So it has to be in a dark blue or an amber colored bottle in order for it to last. That's why Cecilia's went rotten.
Or keep it in the dark.
And she didn't have pure chemicals either. She had bought some stuff that said, well, this is this, but it also had other oils in it that had nothing to do with health.
Right.
You know, and there's a lot of oils out there that are not healthy for you. It has soybean oil in it and all other stuff in it. And I'm thinking, no, baby girl, that's not how we do it.
But you remember on that, you might, I don't know, you might just be able to find a friend somewhere who has a little bit of experience in this that could craft you something that you could use as cologne. I'd never point
If
at
I did, they'd be
Lois and
doing it
whistle, but
completely.
I'd come close.
But see, the whole thing is though, Ron, what you do is you just get a kit of essential oils. They have them sold by the kit that are either woodsy, and then they have the florals, okay? And then you take, because all men and women's colognes are made from the woodsy and the floral, and you just start
Right.
smelling them and see what you like the smell of, and then you see which ones sit well with you, and then you put them together, and then you get a carrier oils, okay? Because you don't
I
need
can
that.
make my own.
That's what I'm
I
telling you.
can create my own scent.
And once you get a carrier oil, after you get your scent, you don't have to put it in alcohol and spray form. You can leave it as oil and just put it on your skin. But you got to have a carrier oil with the essential oil, because essential oil, some of it will burn your damn skin because it's too strong.
Ooh.
Okay, so
Okay.
it has to have the correct balance. And I'm gonna tell you this: there's a bunch of YouTube videos. Remember, I said YouTube
Right.
University. Go to YouTube
Yes.
University. They will teach you anything. I haven't looked for perfume making
Absolutely.
because me and my daughter were just playing with it because we just we like to do stuff like that together.
Right.
So the thing, but you be creative.
I was gonna
Yeah,
say,
okay.
Lois, I'm like, when are you gonna open up your shop, man?
Right?
I'm like,
This is stuff I do
yes,
for fun, girl.
I played around with esters, but hearing Lois what she's saying, oh my god, chemistry and stuff.
But it's cooking. Cooking is chemistry, Sonia.
Yeah, totally.
That's right. I forgot about that.
But I understand that one, that chemistry, but I don't understand perfume chemistry, man. I
You
was
smell
just like, huh?
So I'm just
Perfume.
looking.
Like, I'm gonna have to try all of those things. I didn't realize, is it any alcohol? So I still have a bunch of stuff that now that I gave up some drinking stuff. I have a bunch of alcohol bottles, so it doesn't work for all the alcohols. So
Well, the whole thing is that it's the clear grain alcohol will not add any of the barrel from the aging of the other alcohols or the cognacs or all those darker liquors and all that kind of stuff. That's why they use only the clear when it comes to perfume making, because you don't want all of the stuff that you want in the taste of your alcohol in your smell of your perfume. You only want what you want to put, what you put in there. So using the alcohol that's already cognac or whiskey or one of the dark ones. Now you probably can use vodka because vodka really don't have a smell. Okay, gin got a smell, so you probably couldn't use gin. Okay, but you want to stay with the clear 191 proof stuff to make perfumes and stuff like that. You know, but the whole thing is that you just got to find the right essential oils that you like the smell of, then add them to a carrier oil, and you have your perfume that you can make for lotion. And by adding some other ingredients, it's not making perfume and lotion and skincare is not as hard as they make you believe it is, but they like to scare you into thinking it is so you can buy their products and pay all that money.
Right. Exactly.
Okay, so I just like to make it simple for people so that if you want to make your own cologne or want to do something special for your special person and say, I took my time and I took me a few months to get the right scent right. I was mad scientist. I like to say it like that because, all it is I was just cooking up a fragrance. I just start putting stuff together and when it came down to it with my skincare stuff, I picked all of the essential oils and all the carrier oils that said they have a benefit to your skin or your hair. And if they smell good together, I let them stay. And if they didn't, I let them out. And I particularly like the ones that are cold pressed because it doesn't burn away all the nutrients and the vitamins, and in the stuff and the things that are leached from, again, they have to leach the oil from the plant. And I try to let it be as humane as possible for the plants. And I tell you, I don't like hurting nothing. Okay, I don't like hurting anything. So
So you use the dark bottle, and then you bottle it with, let's say we use vodka, and just like Brian was describing, a little bit of vanilla and some lavender or rosemary, that kind of thing. Like, how does like that affect, like, in terms of the alcohol and stuff like that? So do you even like have any hint of alcohol? Will it burn your skin when it comes out?
no,
Or
by the time you let it sit over time, the oil will break down the alcohol, or the alcohol breaks down the oil. It's a chemical process that happens, and so it's not oily anymore, and it's not alcoholic. It doesn't smell and act like alcohol or burn you. Now it's still alcohol, so I could light a flame and squirt some of it, and it will still fire up because it's still alcohol. But the alcohol doesn't have the same effect as it is if you had taken alcohol out of an alcohol bottle. But then you got to realize even the alcohol we use in the stores is of different percentages. Some is 30%, some is 75%, some is 100%. And like I said, this one I'm talking about is like 191%, you know. And I don't know, it's because it's the proof of it.
Who do you know that's making moonshine?
alcohol beyond 100%.
That's
like
what
Right.
it is.
Moonshine or Jamaican rum, one of the two.
It's like corn, what they
Corn
call
whiskey.
Yeah,
Yeah,
corn
like
whiskey.
corn
Yeah.
whiskey.
Have you ever had that?
I'm still
Okay,
stuck on 191 percent alcohol. How does that happen?
Oh,
Isn't it like
yeah.
instant
It,
like
Moonshine.
combustion or
Ooh.
something?
You could probably run your car
I
on it.
smelled it
That's
before.
wrong.
I smelled it. It was toxic. Ugh.
Oh yeah.
No way I drink it.
I mean,
That's not how
I tasted the 50% moonshine. Okay, I was down south somewhere. I don't know who took me there, but yeah, that was cool. But it burned. Like I
Yeah.
only touch it. Okay, but like, oh my gosh, yeah. I mean, tequila is 40%, right? But that was interesting.
I used to drink Rumple Mints when I first started drinking. I was 18. I'd buy Rumple Mints, which was 100 proof, and I would just take shots of that. Just take shots. And when I first started drinking, I was for some reason I couldn't stand my emotions. I get really angry. Now I'm fine when I drink, but back then I was want to fight friends, and it was looking like a bad road ahead. But for some reason it was just that when I first started, I just couldn't handle my emotions. But then eventually I could. So I'm very
Interesting, Ron.
yes,
I didn't
very
know
interesting.
anything about it.
That's a little bit of transparency there. That's I usually don't talk about that kind of stuff, but yeah, while we're at
Full
yeah,
disclosure. Full
yeah,
disclosure.
folks.
Love it.
hmm
There's a reason I
Didn't know that about Ron, did you? No.
there's a reason I stopped drinking. It was 40 ounces of Bacardi. That would have made good perfume.
Wow.
Now, mind you,
Bacardi, the first name for Bacardi is Ron. Ron
that's
Bacardi.
right. I used to know that.
There you go.
That's right.
I'll tell,
Ron, I used to drink Jaeger and Ruppelmans
I'll tell
together.
you a story.
Oh no! I used to drink Rumpelmans and Goldschlager together. That was called a 24-karat nightmare. That was pretty bad. But I've never had Jaeger and Rumpelmans. That's crazy.
I used to drink also Jaeger, Rumpelmans, Goldschlager, and there was a third one. It was called like the Four Horsemen. I can't remember.
Oh, that's awesome! I never heard of that. That's pretty good. Yeah.
I mean, it might sound
Y'all
awesome,
sound like
but
y'all was on a suicide mission.
yeah, and that kind of, like I said, like that kind of alcohol. I think that's why I was unable to handle my emotions because it was just too much. Like it's just too high to the proof, and it's just crazy. It's crazy.
I'll tell you one.
Wow.
I would usually go back to the camp and I'd take my 40 ouncer with me. If I didn't finish it the first night, I'd stay the second night, and there weren't many second nights. But one night, you would have thought I would have quit drinking then for good, but I didn't for probably 10 years after that. But
Oh my goodness.
I was laying there on the cot, the 40 ouncer on the table beside me. And I don't know if you ever noticed it, but there's a bat on the bottle of Bacardi. And
Yeah.
I'm laying on the cot, and when that thing left the bottle and come and hovered over my body,
Whoa.
yeah, it was whoa.
I'm sorry.
That was
Yeah.
a wake up.
Yeah. Right.
You actively hallucinated and saw the bat
Yeah.
fly off the bottom.
Well, if that's the way you want to put it.
I believe it.
Oh, my
Yeah.
God. I wouldn't be after that either. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, don't be sorry. But that's what happened. And I was like probably at that point I was 19 or 20, and it was still I'm 56, and I took my last drink at 28. So it still took another 9 or 10 years for me to actually quit.
Right.
But yeah, that was my Bacardi story. It was a little hair raising, shall we say? Yeah.
to say the least,
Yeah, to say the least. If I saw a bat come off a bottle, that'd be crazy. That'd be crazy.
And I was there alone that night.
Oh boy.
At least. So you drive. I used to drive for 15 or 20 minutes, and then I would walk for an hour out in old camp that was just old gray board that had been built about 1899, and little wood stove, and just out there on my own, and the demon coming off the bottle of Bacardi.
Oh boy. Man, oh man.
So I was drinking at least a little of it. Yeah.
I'd have found that terrifying.
That was very terrifying. Yeah. Yep. So listen, this is something else that I've been experimenting here with at Briden Farm. The soap.
Okay.
I'd love to
Oh,
have some of Lois's base to put into that.
oh, Curtis knows how to make soap.
Mm. Now this
Kurt, is he gone?
Well, then I'm gonna hook you up. We gonna have to talk on the back end
right?
of this, Brian.
There's
Uh, we'll talk, and I'll send you a little bit, and you'll tell me how it comes
right.
out.
There's so these two so there's a few different ways to make soap. And Curry, you probably know the process far more than me because I've only been experimenting with it. But there's the old-fashioned way, which is really the right way, which involves mixing lye and different things together. And one of those ways, which I actually would like to experiment with that, but I have a lot of allergies, so I want to be careful. But you can actually take wood stove ashes and run water through it. If you picture you got your wood stove ashes in a flower pot that has one of the holes in the bottom, and you got your ashes and you run your water through and it goes into a bucket underneath, that's now lye water. And you can mix that with, say, pork fat or lard, and you can mix that together and you can make soap. Or the newer, easier method, you get soap base, which you can melt, and this is shea butter. And so you add in what you want to add in. So I usually add in like oatmeal. Now, these two, I was just having fun one day. A month ago, we had a Japanese fellow here through the Wolf program. He was here for a month to help out. And farm workers volunteer to come learn, get room and board in exchange for their work while they're learning. So I wanted to show them how to do it. This one is actually pumpkin. That's actually really quite nice. The this one I was kind of playing with. I had a package of Watkins Italian dressing mix, I think it was, that was past its best before date. And I said, you know what? I'm just going to mix that in there and see what happens. And it smells wonderful, but it smells like Italian dressing. The
I want to smell like
right
pumpkin.
here.
Yeah.
Nose right up there to the screen. Yeah, but yeah, so that's something. And as I'm listening to Lois talk about these scents and how that can be mixed into different things, it's like, that would be interesting.
That's awesome. Yeah, pumpkin pie all around.
Yes. Right. People
I
want to
don't
know
know
what to
what
think. You
pumpkin
smell like pumpkin, Mom.
smells like with soap. Do you have to combine with something like cinnamon or something? No.
So this I get the melt and pour base, and yeah, like I think the first time I added, actually I think that's what I did. I used some of the cinnamon and oatmeal, and I actually put in a tablespoon or two of goat milk, so it was like a shea butter goat milk soap, which was really nice. These ones, they didn't have goat milk when we made them, but it's so it's kind of a new way, very tongue in cheek here, but the new AI of soap making. Yeah, you cheat and buy the base and add to it. So that, yeah, you can add your cinnamon or whatever you want to add. Look like
Yeah, sounds awesome. Now that I have cinnamon in the pumpkin and the pumpkin pie all around, that's awesome. I like that. I wouldn't mind that
right.
smell. I like. I
Right.
didn't like. I mean, I'm not a big fan of the pumpkin pie, mind you, but I like the smell of cinnamon and, of course, the pumpkin and that kind of like a cinnamon bread kind of thing, right? A cinnamon. What is that?
Yeah.
And that cookie. What is it called? The cinnamon. Yeah, I
Oh,
love that smell. I love. I
People
love.
do don't like smell.
Yeah, that cookies kind of smell. I think pumpkin pie kind of smell or taste like that for me.
Pumpkin pie.
Now I want Cinnabon so
Yeah,
bad.
cinnamon.
I want Cinnabon so
We
bad. I've
just
been
take
craving it
the
for
opposite
weeks.
direction on these conversations. Right? We're going from
Tomorrow I'm going to the
moonshine then
mall and
to
get Cinnabons.
soap and then
I
perfume.
deserve Cinnabons.
There you
Go get your cinnamon, Rob.
I'm serious. It's been going on too long. It's my favorite dessert of all time, so I got to do it. I haven't had it in months, so it's got to get done.
Peanut butter and local honey on brown whole wheat bread. The and now I'm thinking I probably should have put some cinnamon on it too.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good for you, cinnamon. So yeah, you're almost midnight there, right? I don't know anyone from Nova Scotia. I know PEI and Newfoundland,
Yeah.
but
So we're Atlantic, but actually we're almost 1 a.m.
yeah.
I keep forgetting I'm muted. How's the maple syrup coming
Thought you were
along?
awful quiet.
He's
Yeah,
probably been talking
I
a lot.
was
Wonder
interjecting
why
the whole
people.
entire time. I'm like, why is everybody talking over me?
Yeah, I've done that
Go mute yourself.
It's like, what's going on here? Like, Cody's got something to say. No, how's the maple syrup coming along? Because I had something to say about the Cinnabon.
Have maple
Like,
and
Ron's
nuts.
gonna go get that tomorrow morning. Get the extra
Okay.
cream on top, I'm sure, and nice and warm. But yeah, how's the maple syrup coming along out your way?
So you
Yeah.
have like maple trees and sap and
we
everything?
do.
Wow.
And I wanted to start last week. It didn't happen. On the weekend that's just passed, I had a head cold, and I've just got my energy back really today. And I've been looking at the weather, and I'm hoping that the forecast is accurate, at least temperature-wise. We should be making maple syrup next week if that's the case. If it doesn't warm up too
awesome.
soon. Do you know what I mean when I say peepers?
Peepers, no, but I know like you have to like interject a
Right?
tree.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the peepers,
Then have
you won't associate peepers with maple, so like just disassociate them in your mind for a minute. But in the spring, as soon as the nights, Ron knows what they are. As soon as the nights start to warm up, I can't do it now.
Oh, is that why the peeps, the candy? Is that what they're named after?
The frogs that are peeping in the spring. Not the bullfrogs.
Yeah, right.
But the peepers that you'll hear as soon as it starts to warm up at night. You'll if you're around a pond or water, you'll hear the peepers. So what you really want is you want about 5 degrees below zero, below freezing, so maybe 25 degrees Fahrenheit. And then you want it to go about
Celsius thing.
40 degrees during the day, and you want that up and down. When you hear the peepers for the third night in a row,
that's when you go on.
No, that's when your season's over.
Oh.
Because what happens is the maple starts to get buddy, it's called.
Okay.
And so it's staying in, and the buds are starting to they're not coming out, but they're just starting to come out.
Yeah.
Now, the interesting thing is that buddy maple syrup doesn't last very well, but it almost has a, what's what I'm trying to think of? Custard, creme brulee. Almost
it's not a good taste.
or a burnt caramel or a custardy taste. But when it's fresh, I actually liked that late. I like that just when it starts to go buddy. It's not what we make for maple syrup, but I happened to get some one year, and it's like, oh, like it's almost like a whole different taste. But
Mhm.
It's, if you can kind of think of just a slightly burnt creme brulee, it,
Sure.
it's in there.
Is that, if I'm not mistaken, that's technically the tree's blood supply, the maple syrup,
Yeah, well, it's
right?
the sap. Like in the winter,
Yep.
when they lose their leaves and everything, that goes into the roots. And so as it
Right.
starts to warm up, and that's why you want the cold temperatures,
It
and then it
rises.
rises
Yeah.
during the day and goes down at night. So once it gets buddy, it's starting to stay up in the tree. It's warm enough
Yes.
at night that it's staying up. And but I hope to wanted to do that on here this week, but by next week, I should be this Briden Farm chat, at least part of it. I should be in the kitchen with the pots going and maple on the stove.
How long does the season how long does that last
So it
for?
depends, because this year I think I probably could have started and probably should have started in February. It all depends
Okay.
on your temperatures.
And it's been very cold up
But
there.
it's been
So,
warming up a lot of the days.
okay.
Like to at least 40 degrees Fahrenheit, or
Right.
five or whatever Celsius. And so when it's like that, you want the negative temperatures at night and the positive during the day, because it moves that sap up and
It
down.
moves it up, yeah. And then that way you can put your
And so if the 1st of March there hasn't been any thawing, you haven't had any positive, like plus temperatures, it's no good to, you can't tap. You need the
right.
plus and minus temperatures. So it really depends. Now this February, like this winter, we had more rain than snow, and in February we
Yeah.
had days that were nice days.
Th- This was the first year in a long time here in the Northeast that we I mean, it snowed a couple days, but it was just like
Mhm.
flakes. But we didn't really get anything. I mean, when I was growing up as a kid back in the 80s, we'd have like 3 feet of snow, you know. But it yeah, is it blamed on climate change? I mean, that was part
Yeah.
of my Bachelor of Science, but it is, but it's not the climate change that we all are educated on
So
or that the news media wants to portray. It's the earth changing its natural habitat,
so
and we have to adjust
back,
to it.
I remember, I'm trying to think how old I was. It was somewhere between 18 and 20 years old. So back in the 80s, we had a winter almost like this. I went out and picked, just because I could. I went out Christmas Eve and picked night crawlers, if any of you know what those are, off the lawn.
Mm-mm.
Those are big juicy worms that you normally go trout fishing with if you go worm fishing.
Okay.
And they come up and
They're really
crawl on the
lovely
top
Oh
too.
of the
yeah,
lawn.
I'm very familiar.
They come up and crawl on the top of the lawn, and then if you spook them with a light or a noise, they duck. They go back in their holes. The but it was so warm that you could go out on Christmas Eve and pick night crawlers off the lawn, which pretty much just unheard of. But I was like 18 to 20 years old, roughly, and we had a winter almost exactly like this one. So I'm
Yeah.
the
But the weather has definitely changed because it has snowed in Vegas twice this
mhm.
season.
See, that's crazy.
Yeah, it never snows in Vegas. Okay, since I've lived here this 11 years now, I saw it snow once about 7 years ago, but it actually snowed twice. Okay, this year, about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and then I was told that it snowed by Sharente's husband a couple of days ago. I was like, "What?"
So they tell us here in Nova Scotia that once this, if this all takes place, and I'm pretty skeptical about it, but anyway, if this all takes place, that Nova Scotia's weather is going to be that of Florida. So I have no problem growing oranges. I have no problem picking fresh oranges. So, yeah. Yeah, California
I'm laughing
kiwis.
right with you. Yeah, that would be great for you. I'd probably move there for. I would lose my citizenship. I'm either losing it to there. I'm losing it to the
Sorry.
UK and England. So it's one of the two. I can't figure out which.
Why you gotta lose it?
Yeah.
What? No,
Yeah.
I'm
Why?
giving
Why you
up
gotta
my
lose?
U.S.
Both
citizenship.
countries
I,
I don't want
tested
to pay
out
taxes
first.
anymore.
Yeah, it's true. Isn't it
Oh.
53% in Nova Scotia? That's the highest tax bracket in our country, I
50,
think. Nova Scotia.
53%.
Yeah, I
The,
know. You guys are like, oh my god, right?
Oh
no,
no,
I'm
I
not sure where
understand.
53% comes from. We
That's your highest tax bracket, right?
we probably do.
That means you're earning over $120,000 per year now that the bracket has been, which is kind of like,
Oh.
I mean,
I
like,
have never had that problem.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's nice to assume that everybody,
Thanks, Sonia.
it's very nice that, you
right?
assume that. It's,
Right?
Yeah.
The
you're right.
um,
But that's the way, that's what makes it a more, gives more equality to to the country, to the society, I think. And it's good. I mean, I think that, if we don't, well, I'm not going to get into it. Never mind.
now
That's all
I
right.
will say though, one of the best ways to offset your taxes is to be self-employed.
Self-employed and donate.
Yeah. The
Mm.
if I have always been sales and marketing. I've never made 100,000 in a year or anywhere close to it. But I've always
I make $1 million a year, so I guess the government. I guess your Canadian government would take 53%. So I don't even make $500,000.
but
So that makes your decision to move here a little bit easier,
yeah,
right,
right.
Chris? I
Oh,
actually like the
absolutely. Yeah, I definitely want to
but
go. Definitely.
but there are so many advantages to being
Yeah,
self-employed. There's so many things that you can legitimately write off to help
There is.
offset that income and drop it even maybe into the next lower tax bracket or what have you.
Yeah, because that's the only thing you want to do is lower yourself into the next tax bracket because that helps out a lot. But there again, the more you volunteer, donate, and do everything else, and then still maintain your practice and your entrepreneurship, like anything's possible.
I
So
hope so, because if you're going to do all that, the 25th hour in the day may be needed.
yeah, probably.
But I do agree. The
Yeah,
that's kind of how I've lived my life. It's I've never had a whole lot to show for it, but I have a room full of friends to prove it.
that's right. That's all that counts, man.
Right?
Love
Yeah.
it.
The and yeah, just to put that all into perspective, we pay 15% sales tax, like harmonized sales tax, and I think that's one of the highest in Canada. And yeah, we probably do have one of the highest tax brackets here. The yeah, my dad, who was a very wise man in my eyes, I think always will be. He said what Nova Scotia should really do is Nova Scotia should declare itself non-tax zone and allow business to come in here, because Atlantic Canada has always been, like, most people in Atlantic Canada have gone west to Alberta or British Columbia to find work, or Ontario. And because Atlantic Canada has always kind of been impoverished because it's just not conducive to good business practice here. And Dad felt if Nova Scotia made itself a tax-free zone, it would bring in the businesses, which would bring in the jobs. And yes, you need the tax base, but with that tax base, you can put that on income rather than taxing the companies. And he wasn't, he wasn't a corporate or a union person, but he could just see that in order to create jobs, real jobs, long-term jobs, and not just government work projects, you need to bring in business. And one of the ways to do that is to eliminate the tax, put it on the income.
So, what is the justification for you guys' sales tax or your business taxes being so high? Is the cost of living astronomical or something? Or I don't understand.
We have universal medical.
Well, that's
And among other things, of course, government spending on different social
a
programs
lot,
and all of these things.
lot of social, and one of the things is that like the portion of the sales tax that is claimed to go for the healthcare program goes to the federal government and is supposed to be paid back to the provinces, and it's only a pittance of what actually is collected by the federal government that ever actually gets back to the provinces. So therefore the provinces, especially the lower population provinces, have to increase the tax base in order to provide the services. And Nova Scotia only has about 1 million people total, and it takes 8 hours to drive from one end to the other. So, we have a low population base spread out so that there's lots of costs. So, the
Being a homestead, do you get write-offs too then, Brian? Because, is that categorized as a farm kind of thing or no?
so if we had to, we're not registered, and like we're not a registered farm. So if we were, there'd probably be programs that we could tap into for funding. As a homestead, we're just that we're self-sustenance. We don't make money. And I'm not just saying that for tax bracket, but we don't make money. Most people who have a homestead or a small farm today are lucky to be able to feed themselves and their animals. The benefits are we're able to feed ourselves well. We usually grow most of what we eat, whether that's on the hoof or in the garden. And there's not, when I get up in the morning and I have eggs that I've gathered from the day before, those fresh eggs, when I have bacon or for evening, a pork chop or a roast, and I know that was ethically raised, pastured, woodland pastured, that it's been out, that because it's been in the sun, it has vitamin D, it has omegas, it's not pumped full of steroids and chemicals and all the crap that the store shelf meat typically has in it. That to me is priceless, but it's also very backbreaking. And there are times that it's just like, I don't know where it's coming from. I'll share this because I know that this crowd will appreciate it. Sounds absolutely crazy and ridiculous, but I know you all believe in blessings. And about 3 weeks ago, maybe, about 2 weeks ago, I did a rough count on our bales of hay because It wasn't that we couldn't afford the hay. We got what we could, and especially locally, hay is very difficult to get. Quality hay is even harder. Anyway, we had about 150 bales of hay, and not exactly sure how many it was going to take us for the winter, but a couple of weeks ago I did a rough count, trying to remember how this went. I did a rough count, and we had 28 bales of hay. We go through about 1 bale a day. So it was going to put me to the 10th of April. The next day, I did a real, like I touched every bale. I did a physical count. We had 28 bales of hay. Okay, well, I probably miscounted on the first day. I didn't handle every bale. I didn't physically point out every bale. I just, okay, we got 28. So the next day, we had 27. And the day after that, we had 27. And remember, we use a bale of hay a day. So I can see that from the first to the second day, I might have miscounted. But the third and the fourth day, we still had 27 bales of hay. And that went on for about a week.
Wow.
And it didn't stay at 27. It was like 26 and 26, or it went to 26 and it went 25 and 25. But I counted again today, and we have enough, a bale a day. Originally, when I counted the 28 bales, it would last till the 10th of April. When I counted today, the bales that we have left will last till the 9th of April. And I've used hay for 2 weeks. It's
I'm gonna say wow.
right.
Okay, just wow.
Wow. Just thank you. And
I'm going to say well too, and that's an interesting math problem.
right. It's regardless of,
Because, like, how many bales of hay do you have left after using a bale a day, but yet still have?
right.
But yeah, no, but it is a blessing. Because it still continues on.
Right.
So
We,
that's terrific,
we
Brian.
Yeah.
we go, you've heard me talk on that on Wisdom, but we'll go to the Annapolis Valley. We have a few places that we get free range hens from, and I'll be looking, and it's like, we need feed. We don't have any money, but we need feed. And I'll get a phone call, and all of a sudden, and we drive, we have a local feed store. We have a few in the area, but especially for our human grade hemp seed feed, which a quarter of everything gets one quarter of their feed is human grade hemp seed feed, because it has a 25% protein, omegas, and essential oils, and it's just, we have healthy animals because of it. And we also get, when we go up to get the hemp seed feed, we get about 600 pounds of that, and we get about 600 pounds, 550 pounds of scratch feed, which is barley, oats, corn, and wheat. So to go up there, I'm not going to the store and buying a $20 bag. It's a day trip, and it's $300-400 to a time. And I'll be looking, and it's like, you know what? Our feed stock's getting down. I don't know where that money's coming from. And all of a sudden, I'll get the calls, and it'll almost line up perfectly. As perfect as you can get, to where the number. So let's say it's $375 is what I need, which is actually pretty close for my cost, and I'll sell 3 dozen hens at $125 for 12, so $375. And I've seen it time and time and time again that when we need it, it's there. And it's, we all kind of have our own maybe understanding or approach, but the creator, God, the universe just makes it happen when we just wait and let it happen.
That's what, because we're not worrying, because I have not worked a real job since 2008. Okay. Yet I own my own house, my own cars, my own motorcycle, my own everything. Okay. And I sell my products, but I don't make a business of selling my products. I have my services, but I don't take clients unless I really want a client. But I always have everything I
Right.
need. Always, because I don't worry about it. But when I worried about it, and when I, what that said, grind and hustled and struggled, that was always a problem. I would never have it, and I would stress even more. When I figured this part of the living out is that the less I stress about it, I just put it out there, it just appears. Like I had some base work that I wanted to do in my kitchen, and I was in a store in Vegas, and I was like, "Oh, I really like this. Oh my God, it's a peeling stick!" But they didn't have but one case of it. Okay, and I needed 4 cases. And I was like, oh, I ought to go check the other stores while they got it on sale. So I just came home and said, forget it. And so I sat down and said, forget it. 2 days later, my friend in California says, hey, Lois, I'm at such and such store. And I saw this stuff and I know this will look good in your kitchen. And it was exactly the same damn thing that I had. So he bought the rest of it, and I was like, I got you. As soon as I get to California, you got that. Because we look out for each other like that. I have really good friends, and the thing is that whenever I need something or even want something, like I wanted hair one time because I always do people hair, and I braid the hair and I use the hair extensions and I do it for free, or either I was doing it for free or I didn't charge much. So I wanted a little hair to do my own hair one day, and because I didn't have the money at that time, and all I had to do was say, "Boy, I sure would like to have my hair done like that, but boy, it would be good to be able to do it like this and like this." And I thought of all the different ways that I would do my hair if I had the hair.
Right.
I get a truckload of hair given to me. A truckload, I mean, filled over the brim of the big old giant Toyota Tundra. Okay, that's a big ass truck. Filled over the cab. All right. So, I donated half of it to Africa, but the whole thing was that I still have a storage unit with hair. So anytime I want to do my hair, I just go into my storage and get me some hair. But I didn't have to go out and buy all the hair. I didn't have to go and do all the stuff. Like even when I was saying about shopping, and I said, he was asking me about how I shop. No, I say what I want. Like when I was in Chicago, I needed something that was nice enough, but warm enough to wear to go out dancing. Cause I didn't take anything for that. Cause I didn't think of that. Okay. And when I got ready to, I said, I ain't gonna worry about it. I walked right into the right shirt that had been marked down to like I said, under $10, and a jacket that matched it that had nothing to do with it that had been marked down. So I got like $120 worth of stuff for $20. Okay, so and yeah, that to me that's nothing.
Right.
That's nothing. But when you know from whence your stuff comes, and you know that you're this energy, and you just got to maintain your vibration, and everything is drawn unto you of like vibration. So if you got that vibration that this brings you joy, you're going to get more stuff to bring you joy. And you know that you wanted to make sure you fed your family of cattle, of land, of grass, of this, and you saw all of it as your family, not just you and the dog and Denny.
Yeah.
Is it Denny? Okay, and didn't hear anything like that. So your family was the land,
All that.
the cow, the this, the that, and so you were supplied that which you need to take care of, that which you have. So when people stop worrying about stuff, it just comes to you. Worrying
I
is putting up
That's right.
resistance.
love that. Your manifestation just,
Mhm.
going off the grid there. Awesome.
Yeah, I'm glad you reminded me of all this, Lois. That's very important. And Brian too, of course.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah, because it just flows. It just flows when you recognize. That's why I've been teaching the laws of the
Mhm.
universe. Because you got to realize that you are vibration, that we are all interconnected, and when he's manifesting, you're manifesting. It's like, oh, look what he got, and I don't have. No, you got it too. You just don't see it
Right?
yet. No, and the thing is that we all have it. That's why I love Kudos so much. That's
Hmm.
why ever since she came on there, from the first day, I told her I will be there as many days as I can.
Mhm.
Because it's important that we celebrate each other, because that energy of celebration brings more celebration energy.
Yeah,
Okay, and of yourself and of others, and because other is you, because we're all part of that oneness, that first
that's
love,
right.
that
That's
divine
right.
oneness, and we have a vibration, and we just got to raise our signature, to where we can have things that we desire, and not the things that we don't. Knowing that if we get some of the things we don't, they just show us what we do want. So the bad is for the good is for the bad. Okay, it's all works for us. It all works for us, and when we don't worry about stuff working for us, it works faster. Like that shit out in my backyard. This is what started this whole conversation. you know, with the growth in the backyard over a week period, because it was fertilized land that just got some steady rain out here in Vegas for a minute, and I leave and the weeds are at my ankle, and I come back, they chest and waist high. And I'm thinking that's some fertile land. I want to be had to learn how to plant something. That's what we came on here for. But had been saying for months, I'm gonna try to grow something again. I'm gonna try to grow something again, and the pipe busted in the back, causing the plumbers to have to dump the shit into the backyard and then clean it up, and the shit got rained on and grew some crap in the back. I mean, grew all these. I mean, Cecilia thought it looked pretty because it had flowers on it, but it's a bunch of weeds. But they just grew so tall so fast. I wasn't gone for a week. Okay, but the whole thing is that I manifested that. I even saying that I want to grow something because I had just killed another plant.
You better be careful
Now,
what you ask for.
oh yes, oh yeah, oh yes, oh yes. But but see, to me, I didn't. It was I grew it too, and because it was all of the shit that was in his house that that he cleaned out the drain, so I did grow it, even if I didn't want to. Okay,
What part of Vegas are you,
I'm in
Lloyd?
I'm I'm on the east side of Vegas.
Yeah,
But I
wow,
live
cool.
in a mobile home community for seniors. It's really nice and really very pretty and all that kind of stuff. But we're responsible for our own lawn within our piece of property, our own front and backyard, and the beautification of it. And I always keep it nice. But I got invited somewhere, and on Monday, last Monday, and decided I was going, and was gone by Tuesday night. So um I came back last night, and I saw what happened in a week.
Mm.
Over a week. And then I got a note from the property manager asking me to clean it up. And I was like, is it that bad? And I looked, and they had taken pictures. It was all in the front, wherever the water ran when they were doing the cleanup of the shit in the backyard. Literal shit, okay, because the pipe busted. The stuff grew. Everything grew. It's all lush and green. All lush and green. And so the whole thing is, you do manifest what you ask for, because the shit that was in this family, that when we came there, everybody was here for the holidays. Grew all this stuff out there.
You
That
do you think there's a limit to what you can manifest?
No, because there's no limit to who we are.
Right.
Okay, that's why I said I want to learn. This is in my learning. I've learned that all the stuff that I talk, I have to live literally. Because I always talk about how shit is for your growth.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now that shit that came from my family grew all that shit out there.
Right.
Call it menu.
That's right.
Okay, it's a little nicer term there.
But the whole thing is that everybody wants to look at whether we call it fecal matter, whether we call it caca, whether we call it poo, whatever it is, it's common to everybody and common to every living thing to have a system of waste.
Yeah.
Are
Okay,
we keeping you up,
and
Brian? You're welcome to, yeah, kick us
that
out
waste is fertilizer
into
for
bed.
something else. It's a circle of life. So when we adapt to it, then and we learn that, then we stop worrying about, oh my God, I'm going through this shit, I'm going through that. That shit is full of shit. No, no, just use it and grow. So,
Right.
like I said, that's what I've been teaching for years. So to see that happen in my backyard, it made me laugh instead of get upset, because I usually would get upset if I get a note from the property. Well, I never got a note from the property manager about cleaning up my yard ever since I've been here. So that part, but if I was at an apartment somewhere and I got a note from the manager, I would get defensive and get pissed off. But I saw that forest in my backyard.
Wow. At least you
And
know you're putting some good shit in you. You know.
okay, that's what I'm talking about. I said that was some healthy shit that grew that stuff. Ain't no drugs in it. It's up a little weed, okay? Little hemp.
The
I
good
think Brian
protein.
is getting sleepy.
Yeah, I hate to end this because this is
Right.
wonderful, but you know what? Briden Farm Fireside Chat is every Thursday night at 8 Eastern. So you know,
Great stuff.
I get,
No, this has been fun.
Yeah, this has been a lot of fun.
It's been a lot of fun.
Wonderful.
Yes, it
Yeah,
has.
it's been fun hanging out, guys. Thanks for having me. Thanks for
Yes.
having me, Brian.
Thanks,
Thank you,
absolutely,
Brian.
Brian.
Been a pleasure, Brian.
absolutely,
Have a great night, everybody. Take care.
Yes.
Yeah, take
You
care.
have a
My
great night.
pleasure.
and
Thank
I,
you, guys. I have fun, and thank you for Curdy for underestimating me.
Yeah.
I want
Oh, come
I
on.
want to
I
Throw me
came
in
in
there
here because
again.
I
That's all
didn't
right.
underestimate
I'll
her. I
take it.
just knew it was going to be
I want
great.
to interject one thing here because
Curdy.
Lauren has stuck here with us crazy people all the way through. So I'm thinking that Lauren
Yes.
may be as crazy as us. Lauren, come find us because more or less, even though it's a kind of a one-on-one conversation and like you got two people talking at a time, whatever, come find us over on the Wisdom app. Join wisdom.app, or you can find Briden Farm there at wisdom.app/Briden Farm. And yeah, these are friends, family.
We're an interesting bunch of
Come over there,
characters.
and there's all kinds of people over there. But if you're even at all tempted, there's no cost ever with wisdom, and yeah, this is the kind of support and friendship that's there. So anyway, good night, everyone. I'm gonna close the room.
Good night.
Good night.
Y'all take care.
See you, Rod. See you,
See you,
Raul.
Rodney. See you, Curtis. Bye, Lois.
See
Bye,
you, Lonnie. Lois.
Brian.
Good night.